I'd like to call to order the July 6, 2016 meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
On the call of the roll, Member Eldon. Eldon absent. Member Josh Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. Member Copra. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Present.
Tesfa present. Member Bruce Wolf.
Here.
Wolf present. Member Moss. Moss present. Member Kanata.
Here.
Kanata present. Member Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Member Hinsey.
Present.
Hinsey present. Vice Chair Hyland.
Here.
Hyland present. We have a quorum. I would like just to note that we have received a request from the complainant to withdraw item number 9.
From the complainant.
From the complainant, yes.
Here.
Would you like me to move on to the next item?
Please.
Item number 2. Approval of minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force June 1st, 2016 meeting.
So moved. Wolf. Bruce Wolf.
No second?
Is there a second?
Second.
Without objection?
Discussion on the matter?
Members? Public comment?
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. There are a number of improvements that I'd like to suggest. Some of them I think are quite important to understanding what the meeting was about. On page 11 of the minutes, just before item 14, there's a discussion about what happened as a result of the looks like the administrator's report. Doesn't seem to be numbered. I think it might have been 13. In any case, it says the last paragraph, the one just before 14, the task force reviewed Mr. Warfield's request for hearing on file numbers 15161 and 162 and referred the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee June 21, 2016 meeting for hearings. There was 23 minutes of very intensive discussion about that matter and about whether, in fact, the task force had done proper procedures and so on and so forth. The conclusion, after a lengthy back and forth, mostly between Bruce Wolf and the chair, was that these complaints would be put to the Compliance and Amendments Committee and treated as regular complaints. If there is any problem with them or anything else, the committee would determine that. And the conclusion was that not only would they be treated as regular complaints, but that both parties would be notified of the upcoming hearing. That, I think, needs to be very clearly stated because there seemed to be a lot of resistance from certain quarters, including your administrator, for reasons we aren't sure in all cases. So I think it needs to have added that it was refer the matter to the committee meeting for hearings and treating them, the complaints, treating them as regular complaints, including notification of both parties. I think that's very significant and very important, and that was an action that was agreed to. There's a number of problems with either lack of clarity or actually rather negative reporting. On item 4, page P5, page 4 of the minutes, it says Warfield provided comments not related to jurisdiction. They didn't even give me the full name. This is an evaluation. It's not a summary of what I said, and if there was an objection, the chair could have said something. On page 6, comment made by me on item 6, Peter Warfield expressed his negative opinion regarding the city attorney's good government guide and objected to the task force opinion regarding determination of the validity and so on. Those are negative evaluative terms, and it should simply have said what I...
Thank you, Mr. Warfield.
For those of you new to the task force, my name is Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. And what you're seeing here is the list of 24 orders of determination that I have gotten from this body related to various city agencies, and you can see it pretty well covers the board. 6 of these had to do with 150-word summaries, which I fought for very hard for a simple reason, is I would go to public meetings, make public comment, and then have that public comment censored, abridged, misrepresented, and in some cases, actually, the minutes would indicate that I said the exact opposite of what I actually said. I repeatedly, and this was particularly with the Library Commission, would get up at the subsequent meeting and at the minutes say, I did not say that. That is absolutely the opposite of what I said, and they would ignore it. Now, if they didn't like something that was written about what they had said, they would change it. But if a member of the public came before them and said, that's not correct, they would simply ignore it and approve the minutes as written. As Mr. Warfield just said, I have to support him. The minutes are the official record of the meeting, and how they are phrased and how they're put out sends a strong signal to anyone who reviews them as to an opinion that may be held by somebody about a person rather than simply relating what they said. Mr. Warfield will make a comment, and what the summary should be is a factual telling of the comment, not an opinion about the comment or not a judgment about the comment. And that is what he has noted in these cases. He's basically said this is labeled as negative, it's labeled as something else, rather than simply being Mr. Warfield discussed the Good Government Guide. And if you want to put something down, what did he actually say about it? But it shouldn't be Mr. Warfield doesn't like the Good Government Guide unless that is exactly what he said. The minutes are important. Free speech is important. I fought for years for this. And the interesting thing about it, and I will tell you this for your own information, is every one of the bodies on here, the Library Commission, the Ethics Commission, the Police Commission, the Arts Commission, all refused to put the 150-word summaries in the minutes because they didn't like my opinion, which is a violation of the Brown Act. And I fought to get it in, and surprisingly, they now all put them in the minutes at the place where public comment is placed. And none of them, including the Library Commission, who after this body finally ruled that it had to be in the minutes at the place where public comment was presented, in the natural chronological order, actually had another library meeting where they voted unanimously to disregard that directive. And they never changed it. However, they went back and started putting them in the minutes, not wanting to admit they'd been wrong all along.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the minutes? And this is specific to the minutes.
Hello, my name is Sally Johnson, and I think the priorities he's talking about has a lot to do with relating with the armatures and policies that, and they're really not putting the attitude on his saying what he had the idea of in this situation. And I think that we would narrow it down to just a regular, meeting about our whole entire.
Ms. Johnston, I'm going to interrupt you. This is about the minutes in particular. But
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other public comment on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Mr. Clerk, did you catch the details that Mr. Warfield provided? I think those are reasonable.
I would ask that he provide it to me in writing, so and I can include his statement into the minutes. However, just for your understanding, I do take action minutes. I do not provide a summary or word for minutes. I do provide some statements as needed, but
Right.
I do not provide detailed minutes.
Okay. I think the minutes are important. I think it's something that records what we do here. I think Mr. Warfield's comments were reasonable, and I think if you would mind taking the action to listen to this recording later and take the detail that he suggested and get that back in, that's my inclination. I'd like to open that up to other members.
Agreed.
Would Mr. Canada like to change his motion to adopt as amended?
I think Mr. Wolf was the maker.
Oh, sorry. My apologies.
Before we get to that, let's just have a little more discussion. Member Josh Wolf.
It almost seems like by adding more, we're creating the opportunity to create these concerns, and perhaps instead of trying to enhance what's in the minutes from Mr. Warfield's statement, follow the procedure of anything in writing of those 150-word statements being included, but perhaps reducing it down to these are the people that spoke, whether they spoke on behalf of one side or the other, and reducing the substantive content even less to avoid this issue. If you'll notice on page 11, we have from the approval of the last minutes, public comment. Peter Warfield stated that the public comment does not provide an accurate summary of comments. So we're now sort of in a loop of this situation at this point.
Member Bruce Wolf.
So this is not a first-time issue on minutes. Obviously, so all kinds of issues with regards to minutes from various different boards and commissions around the city. My concern is somewhat of a kind of a slippery slope. If you say too little, somebody may say it didn't reflect what they had said, and then other people will say, well, it's meant to be paraphrasing of what was said, not verbatim, because we don't do verbatim minutes. But then if you give too much detail or you provide any additional detail, then we also then may end up with the concern that we end up here today. So I think what's important here is we need to come to some agreement as to how we want the minutes to be reflected. I don't want to leave it all on Victor's hands because he's trying to do the job. We're approving the minutes. If we don't like the way the minutes are done or we want them to be in a certain way to be reflective, then let's just decide that to be the way it is, and Victor will just do that. Okay, so fair enough, Victor? Okay, so I think that it would be important for us. I think in this particular case, Mr. Warfield is concerned about the use of the word negative. So let's just omit the word negative. I would make that amendment to the minutes. But I think maybe this would be a good discussion to have in maybe Compliance and Amendments Committee to kind of break down what is when bare minimum minutes are given, when paraphrasing minutes are given, and when there's verbatim minutes, what do we expect it to see, and if we have some sort of bar for that, some sort of threshold. Because otherwise, this is just going to come up over and over again. Everybody who has made a public comment is going to have a different opinion about how their comment was reflected. The other thing to do is ask them for a written comment and just attach that to the minutes.
I agree. No, I think our standard of minutes needs to be as good as possible given what we do and our charter. So I think this is an excellent item to be included with our procedures and policies that are under review that are going to the Rules Committee anyway. Victor, if you could be proactive maybe, and I don't know if the Board of Supervisors or some other departments have slightly different styles, if you like, or levels of minutes. It'd be interesting to see, and maybe we can agree on something that we like that's maybe a little different than what we do now, just to have that option. But I think Bruce Wolf wanted to do as amended with that particular anything.
If there's no objection from the person who's second, a member Canada, Oh, Member Hinsey, did you second the minutes?
It was Member Hinsey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if there's no-
I'm good with that.
Okay.
And Mr. Warfield, if you would like to send our clerk just a brief summary of what you said, just to make sure that that's also captured, I think we're okay with that too. Sure, please approach. And then we need to move on because we spent quite a lot of time on this already.
Thank you. Very briefly, I suggested very specific phrasings, 6 or 7 words in this instance, a little bit of a change here, a little bit of a change there.
Is that something you have in writing that you can email?
Well, I read off one of them,
Okay.
in particular the one about the decision that came with respect to the first thing that I said, namely
Right.
what was to happen with the 2 complaints.
Right.
I gave wording specifically.
Okay.
I'm not going to be
Mr.
complaining.
Warfield,
I'm
I
not
know
going to
this-
complain about anything.
I know this
if
is
you
going to be
change it.
challenging for you, but if you could succinctly give us that summary and email it to the clerk, that would be perfect, and we'll be happy to include those as amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So if you can restate.
So, again, the motion is to approve the minutes with the amendment of removing the words negative from the public comment in, where's the page? It's on page 7, P7. It's number 6, file number 16029, where it says Mr. Warfield expresses negative opinion. I guess that's the only instance. So remove the word negative there, and we'll add Mr. Warfield's written comment on the other item.
And our clerk, and he can pull that from the recording
From the
tonight, as
recording.
well as an email from Mr. Warfield to characterize
Yes.
that. Okay. And will this
On that motion,
does the second agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
on that motion? Eldon absent. Member Josh Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra absent. Member Tesfa?
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Bruce Wolf? Aye. Wolf, aye. Member Moss?
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanada?
Aye.
Kanada, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is item number 3, elections of officers, elections of Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Chair and Vice Chair.
And Victor, just for the new members and myself, just refresh us. How do we go about this? Do people propose themselves?
In the
others?
past, members of the task force have made nominations for the position of chair. Once we receive those nominations, we would take public comment. And at that end of that time, I will go through each member, and they will state who they would vote for as the next chair of this task force.
Okay, so when you say proposed nominations, do you want people to talk about why they're nominating somebody, or is it
Is
just
that
a
your
name?
choice?
I see, okay. So just kind of open discussion at this
Yes.
point. Okay. Members, this is open for discussion.
This is for the position of chair at this time.
Okay. Any nominations for chair? Don't be shy now.
I mean, so is this that nobody particularly wants to be chair, or nobody wants to
No, everyone's-
note anybody else to be chair?
I think everyone's being very polite. I think that's all that's happening. So go ahead if you have a nomination.
No, I don't. I mean, I have thoughts in general. No,
You can share that too.
no. I mean, I would obviously prefer someone with more experience on how this system operates. I mean, I don't feel like I have enough idea of the rules at this point to nominate myself, or
Okay.
I would definitely not vote for myself. So,
Right.
but I just wanted to voice that.
Just so you know, 4 years ago when some of us were here and we were pretty much all in this together, we kind of had to do exactly that.
Indeed, but we have the benefit of people with
We do now.
experience on this committee.
We do now, but those are interesting times. Anyhow, do we have a nomination for chair from anybody?
So I'll move to nominate myself, Bruce Wolf, for chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Sorry, I wasn't looking.
The other Wolf.
Thank you.
The wolves.
I don't quite hear all the names. Thanks.
That's going to be interesting for your notes.
Are there any other nominations?
Nope. We can call a vote.
I think.
Would you like to move to public comment as there's no other nominations?
Sure. Let's move public comment on chair.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I think all of you probably acknowledge that Bruce is the longest experienced person with this board, and I think he would bring a wealth of knowledge. And from all of the cases and other actions that have occurred with Bruce involved, I have seen him bend over backwards on a pretty consistent basis to ensure a fair treatment for all parties. And I think that is particularly important in the sense that sometimes I really do get the feeling that the respondents, which is the city, who has deputy city attorneys and everybody under the sun to help them, have a pretty easy row of the boat, whereas the complainant in most cases really doesn't have anybody to help them. So it's very important to have fair, and as the Good Government Guide says, above all things, a quasi-judicial body must give the appearance of fairness. They must give the appearance that they're willing to listen to the facts and decide the cases before them on the facts and the law, and not on personalities or likes or dislikes or any other issue. And I think Bruce Wolf would be an excellent person and would carry those duties out as he has in the past into the future.
Thank you.
Will there be separate comment for vice chair nominations?
Yes. There will.
Thank you. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Although I wasn't completely happy about the last item and Mr. Wolf's comments, Library Users Association sent a letter to the supervisors prior to their full body appointment of the last round of task force nominees, and we gave Mr. Wolf our full support and still do. He has a great deal of experience and institutional memory. I think he has a very good knowledge of the law and of the bylaws, which you must and should follow. I could give some examples, but perhaps since there's no other nominee, I can only say that I think he would be an excellent chair and fair, knowledgeable, experienced, and there's hardly much more that one can say. And I have 2 minutes left that I've left you for free on the timer.
Record that one for
Thank you very
the minutes
much.
for the history. Is that your once-a-year present to us, Mr. Warfield? That was a rhetorical
Since
question.
I have 2 minutes left,
That was
we make these presents more than once a year, and we don't even ask you to give us back the 2 minutes on a subsequent comment. Thank
very
you.
good, very good. Touche. All right. On that note, I'll close public comment on the chair. And do we?
On the motion, since there are there's no opposition, would someone like to make the
Proclamation. Without objection?
without objection? We can appoint Member Bruce Wolf to be Chair Bruce Wolf at this time. Is without objection, with Member Copra and Member Eldon being absent.
Victor, let's do a roll call on this.
Okay.
Just to keep it consistent. Yeah. Welcome, former member.
Usually I would go through each member and they would state who they're voting for, but since there's no opposition,
Just aye or no. Yeah.
yes.
I guess would
on
be.
the motion to
Question is this, if there were another candidate, is this quorum or is it majority?
it would be majority. of the full board of the
two candidates.
of the present members. It would be majority. I would need to take a look at that. Items that are internal of nature and not that internal of nature only require a quorum of the members present.
Not substantial.
I don't have the exact quote in front of me at this time.
Yep. Okay. Well, it's on that motion.
When I state a name, please state who you would like to be chair of this task force. Eldon, absent. Josh Wolf.
It's just an I, right? Not.
Usually, if we had more than one member, you would make a statement, but we can. Okay. On the motion to appoint Bruce Wolf to chair of.
I.
Josh Wolf, aye. Member Tesfa?
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Bruce Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Moss?
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Wolf? Aye.
Aye. The motion passes.
Okay.
Would you like to pass the gavel?
Yes. How about we just change seats?
We can change.
You don't have to, but.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Please call next
Nominations
for vice chair.
Are there any nominations for vice chair?
I'll nominate Chris Highland.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Hensey, second by Kanata.
Yes.
Okay. Public comment? Or
Any additional?
any additional nominations?
Does not appear to be any additional nominations at this time. We can do
Public comment?
Yes.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm disappointed that you're not suggesting or nominating somebody else for vice chair. I spoke previously about the Wiener Purge. And I think that now we have a breath of new faces and new folks. We had the Board of Supervisors, who is no longer got a Wiener majority. We have a Peskin majority. Eliminating one of your longtime members and substituting someone that Wiener rejected, Bruce Wolf. So I think this would be an excellent time to consider some fresh air coming into this task force. I think it's extremely important, actually. In the letter that we sent to the Board of Supervisors, I'm sorry to say that we gave qualified support to Mr. Hyland for a number of reasons. We said that he had been capricious and unfair in some of the actions that he had taken. For example, jamming together multiple complaints, such as 4 complaints from Ray Hartz against the library. It's hard enough to keep track of one complaint procedurally and in terms of facts. But jamming together 4 and doing so right at the start of the hearing with no advance notice to the complainant, I think is very unfair, and it would be inconceivable that somebody doing that wouldn't understand that. It's also unfair to the public. He did these things without any procedure in your current procedures. Complaint procedures, bylaws, nothing in your existing procedures allows that. And he forgot to mention what would happen with public comment. Would there be 4 times 3 minutes at one time? Would there be 3 minutes on each complaint? How would it work? There are a number of other concerns. For example, in my view, the exclusion of our Library Users Association complaints. I have heard Mr. Highland say some amazingly inaccurate things about what happened at the hearing. And that was also incomprehensible because I thought those were pretty clear. So I'm wondering what notes are being handed now while I'm speaking. So I would very much like...
Just an agenda.
Okay. So I would very much like... And Mr. Highland was also part of the whole basic secretive decision-making with regard to the exclusion of those complaints, which now, thanks to Bruce Wolf, at the last meeting, will be heard, we presume, in the regular process. I ask you to find somebody else new. Thank you.
Any additional comment? Seeing none,
Can I make some comments?
there's no additional public
Testify.
comment.
First, I would like to ask Member Highland if he would like the position. He didn't say anything about that. Second, if we could discuss, besides serving as chair in the absence of the chair, what other support is Chair Wolf looking for, and a vice chair, those two topics.
So just to respond briefly on that, Vice Chair will pick up any additional overload of work that I might need, any support for that. There's also a number of meetings that happen around the city that concern Sunshine that are not necessarily required of members here to attend. So sometimes it would be attending those meetings, like, for instance, the Committee on IT is one such type of important committee. That kind of stuff. Usually Vice Chair doesn't do a whole lot, but also if there's a need to fill in quorum, that's another, it's kind of an extra person to fill in, but a lot of it is a lot of support. When I was Vice Chair for then former Chair Hope Johnson, we worked quite a bit together on just, how certain things would work. She bounced some ideas off me. I bounced some ideas off of her with regards to operations and structure of how we operate.
And then Member Highland, are you interested in this position?
Sure, and let me say that I am interested. It's been I've enjoyed being vice chair for the last term, and I think I'll certainly have a chance to learn more. Working with an experienced parliamentarian that we have, Bruce Wolf, as our chair. Congratulations, Bruce, on that. Just to give you some background on what Mr. Warfield referenced, since a lot of you weren't here when that happened. This kind of goes back to probably when we first started. We were kind of shut down for 6 months. We had a big backlog. And in those probably, I'd say 2.5 to 3 years, combining files became a modus operandi. We had to move through the files efficiently to do that. I asked Victor to go back and look how many times we did that. I think it was in the 10 to 15 range. On that particular night, we had 4 files, 4 items that Mr. Hartz had. We took close to 3.5 hours on those 4 items. In each case, they got the full time to speak, the 3 minutes, the 5 minutes. I've since talked to Mr. Hartz about this and told him that was, his position was that he wanted to be able to adjust his position after each item and perhaps, formulate things differently. I was following the lead of the then Chair Washburn. She was out that meeting, and I just went with what we've been doing all along. I did ask the district attorney to take a look at that to make sure I hadn't violated any provisions. They said, no, there's a lot of discretion as to the chair as to how you hear things. All we truncated really was our discussion at the body. But the public, the respondent, and the complainant all had the same time allotted as though they would have had them back to back to back to back. And, I realize Mr. Warfield is using that, but I wish he'd talk to Mr. Hartz about that and see, I think we've made our piece on that and talked about it, and Mr. Hartz can certainly come up and say what he feels about that. But to answer your question, yes, I would be interested in doing the vice chair, and would welcome your votes. Thank you.
Members, any other comment? Seeing none, let's move to a vote.
On the motion to appoint Member Chris Highland to the position of Vice Chair of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, Eldon absent. Josh Wolf?
Aye.
Josh Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Tesfa?
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss?
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is item...
Okay, just a moment. I just want to say thank you, members, for your support. Just want you to all know that and for the public to have an open door policy. If you have any concerns or questions that you want to talk to me about, feel free. Same goes for staff and DCA and legal counsel. If there's any particular concerns or changes that you'd like to see in operations or procedures or something like that, please do contact me, and let's have a good term, good 2 years here. Thank you.
You're here.
All right, next item, please, Victor.
Next item is item number 4, appointment of chairs and members to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force committees. This is more of a discussion, as it is at the sole discretion of the chair to make appointments to these various bodies.
Okay, so I didn't come prepared for such a thing, but I'll open it up for comment. Member Kanata.
So being new, number one, what are the committees and the responsibilities of those committees, and how many people are on each?
Yes. Go ahead, please, the microphone.
So in the past, and when I was chair, so that we didn't have to take up all this time now, and I'm wondering if we can wait a month, we took it upon ourselves to email the chair to say, this is what I'm interested in. And then he or she could kind of sift through all that information and decide, determine where people would go and then have a chance to respond to them.
That is how we've done it in the past. However, you would need to email me and not the chair directly.
We emailed the clerk. Did I say the chair?
Yeah.
The clerk.
Yes, I can provide a brief description if you would like, and see if members are interested in that.
Through the chair. Just so you know, we've been bouncing around this for a couple of months because of the transition of the new members and whatnot. And when Chair Washburn left and I came on, we've already pushed it back to this month. And I think the longer we wait, the more work builds up. So I would say, I would suggest to the chair, maybe we could have a 5-10 minute discussion just to get members aware of what this is, and perhaps put it to an email vote or correspondence through the clerk, or if we can get it done in 10-15 minutes, push on and appoint. We can always change things down the road. That would be my input.
We can't do an email vote. That's not allowed.
It's just
That's all right. That's
but
not what I meant.
I'm open to either way. I kind of would like a little bit of time to talk to people who are currently on committees, who are currently chairs, see how where they are with that, and for everybody's knowledge, the bylaws gives a pretty accurate description of each committee, and I would wholly suggest and request that everybody read through the bylaws, so I'm open to folks. If anybody has a burning desire to be on a particular committee or chair of a particular committee, I'm open to that too today. But I'm kind of in agreement with Member Fisher that I'd like to leave it open for a month and let people mull it over?
I do need some members for my Education Outreach and Training Committee. It was supposed to be on the 11th, but we did cancel that meeting because I had no membership yet.
Okay.
I'm planning to do a special on July 26th in order to keep the complaints complaints being heard. And I was hoping to at least get some appointments for that particular meeting until we can get a full appointment.
Well, how? Sure, Member Fisher.
So through the chair,
Yeah.
to Victor. So this 26th meeting of which you speak, is that going to be a complaint committee, subcommittee of the EOT, or?
We shouldn't think of it like that. It is the Education Outreach Committee.
Will it hear complaints?
And they will hear some additional complaints
Okay.
that have not previously been heard.
Well, in the interest of, keeping this going, I could volunteer for that. I'm free that day.
Member Highland.
Thank you, Member
Chair Highland.
Thank you. I think actually you did correctly first say that should be on the 25th, which is the usual time. That's a Monday. The EOTC meets.
However, we can only meet on Mondays on the
on the 2nd.
on the second Monday. If we go
I
to
see.
the fourth,
I see. So it's a rooms issue. Okay.
Yes.
I think what might be helpful is to maybe, and this is second-hand knowledge to those that were on the committee earlier, but to the new members, just to give them, with your permission, Chair, of how the subcommittees worked and especially how we did the complaints work at the end of it. Would that be of value?
Well, is everybody served on a committee here? You haven't served on a committee?
Not for the task
Not
force.
for the task force. Any other members?
The new people have.
Well, the new people haven't yet.
Yeah, okay.
So there's 1, 2, 3.
So basically there are two main committees that are regular. One is the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and one is the Education Outreach and Training Committee. As per the bylaws, each of them are empowered to hear complaints, of which any complainant can, at the time of making their complaint and request for hearing, they can decline for it to be heard through a subcommittee and have it be brought directly to us on a regular meeting day. So just so you know, but the main thrust of the committee is their particular charge. So for compliance and amendments, lots of times, so when we do an order of determination, if there was some not quite directive, but there was something that a respondent needed to comply with, if there was some reason to believe or that the task force had some reason to believe they wanted to check in on that, or if the complainant didn't quite get a proper response, again, afterwards, they can bring it to the Compliance Amendments Committee for not re-adjudication, but to hear it again to determine whether there was compliance. Amendments would be as it is, amendments. Would be a discussion around amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance or any other items. Then ad hoc, the education, outreach, and training is pretty self-explanatory, and sometimes we'll forward items there because you may have somewhat like repeat offenders, or people who don't understand how it's supposed to work. This is an opportunity for them to have some time with the task force, some members of the task force, to either train them or to hear what the concerns are in that kind of way. Outreach is outreach. Go out and spread the word of sunshine, and that kind of way. Many of us do visit other committees and commissions. I've been to the Disability Council. I've been to the Youth Commission. And you'll find when you sit there that they sometimes don't quite get it right in certain instances. And it's okay for you to go up and say, hey, I'm a member of the Sunshine Task Force. Just want to make sure you guys don't get into any trouble here. Here's a suggestion, okay? And if some of them don't have clerks, they have to kind of operate. I think the Animal Welfare Commission doesn't have a clerk, so they kind of fend for themselves, and sometimes they don't quite get all the, it's a lot to this.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the bulk of it. Did I get that kind of right?
Yes.
You want to add anything, Victor?
It's difficult to do it off the top of my head. But
Okay.
I believe the best way is to read the bylaws.
Read the bylaws. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts of it. Member Canal.
I can volunteer for the 26th
Okay.
meeting. And a question on the outreach also, because I know at the Rules Committee, when they heard myself and a few other people here, Supervisor Cohen put out that she thought there was a lack of diversity, on the task force. And coming from a heavy neighborhood involvement, could outreach include, does it or could it include going out to different neighborhood group meetings to educate the public about what this task force does and to get people involved in the process?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and many of us have done that before, come appointment time to try and encourage members of the public, especially to increase diversity, to do that. Member Highland, Vice Chair Highland.
Through the chair. So that would be a 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock meeting, roughly?
Approximately,
Victor?
yes.
Okay. I'm happy to volunteer as the previous chair of the OTC just to provide continuity for that meeting.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that let's just get some volunteers to volunteer for this particular meeting. That way we can get through it. And then we'll pick up on this for kind of an official appointment at the next meeting, next full task force meeting.
Can I make a comment? Can we get the date for the next committee meeting? Only because I would like to volunteer, but I really need to schedule it out, and so this kind of.
July 26th.
Oh, I'm
I
already
will provide
scheduled.
that schedule to you.
mean,
The committees at this time meet every other month. The Education Outreach and Training Committee meets on the I believe the second Monday of the month,
Okay.
and I
Which
believe
would have been the 11th.
yes.
Okay.
And then next month, I believe compliance and amendments would meet on the third Tuesday of the month.
What did you say?
The third Tuesday of the month.
So that would be the of August. Okay, great.
Chair.
Yes,
And then
Member Fisher.
What about rules/complaints?
Those are at will, as needed.
But in the past 2 years, didn't rules meet and hear complaints pretty much?
They have, but they were scheduled as special meetings.
Yeah,
They don't have a normal meeting date.
Okay.
Rules are ad hoc as needed, usually to cover bylaws and internal policy issues.
But didn't rules have its own session where we just heard complaints?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm fine with that, but it
Yes.
sounds like we have enough people for the 26th for what will be at EOTC.
Yes,
right?
that's a temporary appointment until we can figure it out.
Okay. Then
Okay, can we wrap this up? Do you have anything else?
Just
Vice Chair Highland?
one last thing, Chair Wolf. I'm wondering if it'd be worth, and this would be important for Victor to send out, the meeting times and dates of future committees so people can elect to go on them or not, is whether we might want to consider going back to a monthly meeting as we have in the past instead of every other month. That might be something worth. So in other words, it's not every other third Tuesday, it's every third Tuesday for compliance and every second Monday for EOTC, and that's the commitment that, we'd be making.
Okay. Well, let's get the regular schedule out first to all the members, and let me get some comments through you, Victor, from the members as they
Yes.
send them in, and we'll...
And I believe there will be a motion on this item for now to continue this matter to the next meeting of the task force. And we have members for the next meeting. Would you like to assign one of those members to be the chair for that meeting?
I think Vice Chair Highland
Thank you.
suggested that he would. I'm open to that. He volunteered for that one meeting.
It makes sense
for
as there's one
continuity.
pending item that needs some history provided.
That's fine.
Can we get a third member?
We have three. We have Member Kanata and Member Fisher.
Great.
Oh, Is there a third, anybody else?
Could you make that?
On the 26th,
You can't
I'm
make
out
it.
of town.
Okay. If we can't find another member, I'll
We can
be
go with,
there.
Okay, or we can go with 2.
You can go with 2 too, but I'll most likely be the
Okay.
default if there's if we can't find another member. That's
Thank you.
fine.
So are we going to volunteer for the August 16th meeting, or because I would
I will
like
put
to,
out an email asking
Okay.
which members would like to be appointed to which committee, and I'll try to provide a current schedule until pending adjustments. And I believe you could volunteer at that time.
Okay, great. And then we'll get together about meeting rooms and times and stuff like that.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'll like to entertain a motion to continue this item to the next meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Hyland, second by Member Hensy.
Yep.
Public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We support the motion. I'm glad to see there was a good deal of discussion about this matter, and I think it's wise and sensible to do this with reasonable consideration. And since the chair is brand new, and there are quite a number of new members, that'll give an opportunity for some information to come in the next month prior to this coming up. You touched on a number of issues here, like what the duties are of the committees. I think that as an urgent measure, because of being hugely behind in the hearings, you actually have 4 committees on the bylaws that are hearing complaints, and I think that's problematic for complainants potentially, as well as for the task force. So I'm thinking you might want to consider going back to the original intention at some point with a change in the bylaws, so that you don't have practically every single committee. You've got rules, you've got education, outreach, and training, you've got complaint committee, and you've got compliance and amendments, all scheduling hearings on complaints. I think that's something you might want to discuss. I'd also like to suggest that you not schedule meetings during Tuesdays. We worked very hard to get this body to move its meetings to Wednesday when the supervisors moved their meetings to Tuesday, which had been the task force's meeting time. And we thought that it was inappropriate for the task force, which is appointed by the supervisors, to meet on days when the Board of Supervisors is meeting. So I hope that your meetings will not overlap with Board of Supervisors, as your full task force meetings now don't do. Thank you. But the subcommittees would be useful to try and schedule those regularly when supervisors are not meeting. So certainly support the motion, and actually you might want to have further discussion about the committees and perhaps other matters like bylaws or procedures and so on. One question I would have is, where does the procedure come that when the chair says his door is open, it sounds as though some people, maybe everybody, are supposed to not contact him directly. I'd like to know where that comes from and if that's something that's legally required. Thanks.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none. Let's move on to the next item, please.
The motion to continue is passed without objection, if that's okay.
That's right, public comment, 5 o'clock. Okay.
On the motion to continue this matter, that
yes.
passes without objection.
Right.
With members Eldon and Copra being absent.
Excellent, thank you.
It being 5 o'clock, we will move to item number 10. Public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and although Mr. Highland suggested that I might comment on Mr. Warfield's statements, I was not given that opportunity, but I had planned to do this anyway. On November the 4th of last year, this agenda was published, and I had 5 complaints. The very first one, 1500, was heard, and then before 1501, 2, 3, 4, and 4 were heard, immediately before, for no apparent reason I can discern, the chair said, we're going to hear the following 4 complaints together. Now, everything was set up. You had 4 separate agenda items. The rules on your agenda say that each item will receive 5 minutes for the complainant, 5 minutes for the respondent, and so forth. The agenda packets were all set up so that all of the information for each separate item was in a separate folder. I had done a 1-page response different for each one, and each of the complaints was about a different violation of the ordinance, a different section. 2 of the complaints were against one person, Sue Blackman, the Library Commission Secretary. 1 was against a member of the commission for accusing me of violating the mayor's policy on harassment. And the 3rd was against the president of the Library Commission. And all of a sudden, I'm presented with this having to deal with all 4 complaints at one time. And I'm not even given that advance notice at the beginning of the meeting where they talk about the agenda and notify that there are going to be agendas, and nor was any effort made to contact me and say, Mr. Hartz, we feel these should be heard separately. And unfortunately, I disagree with Mr. Highland. While he and I have talked about it, I would say that our conversation was more of a truce than anything else, because I still think I received an unfair hearing. I had to put together on the fly, and one of the things you will learn, I put a lot of preparation into my cases, and I'm very careful to put them in an exact order and a very clear and understandable order. And here I was forced to take 4 cases, jam them all together, and the members of the task force were forced to deal with them all together, and they were forced to deal with the agenda packet, which had them all separate. And I feel that that was a violation of your own rules. It was an unfair hearing, and I feel that I should be entitled to a rehearing on those matters. And before anybody says, well, you just didn't like the verdict, it isn't the verdict. If I had lost the verdict as the way they were agendized, and the worst thing, the icing on the cake, the minutes of that agenda all list those as separate agenda items. There's nothing in there to indicate that they were handled as one item. I'm asking for rehearing on all of those.
Thank you.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. This morning I called your administrator, Victor Young, to ask him what the status was, whether the library had been notified or whether I had been notified, for that matter, about the hearing that had been promised at the June 1st meeting, in which afterwards Mr. Hyland and I agreed would be okay to put off for one cycle of meetings of the subcommittee, because I was just about to embark on a trip and so on, and it would have been very difficult to prepare on such short notice for me. Mr. Hyland agreed. Mr. Young told me he did not know. He did not know whether he had notified the library that there were to be 2 complaints. Now, I thought this was going to follow as agreed, the standard procedure. And the standard procedure that you have here is that when anybody files a complaint, it pretty much immediately or very promptly goes to the department or the agency or the person that the complaint is about. And you then tell them that they have 5 days to respond. And the response is sent to the complainant. Maybe they made a mistake. Maybe they want to withdraw the complaint. Maybe they're satisfied. Whatever. That's been the procedure. And this has not apparently been followed. Now, Mr. Young said that he would send me an email, and that whether or not he had sent the library something, he would send it again with a copy to me. But What is going on? Why is there continued resistance to doing what the task force chair agreed to, Mr. Highland, and that is to have an ordinary complaint process for those two complaints? Nick Pasquariello was before, I believe it was the Compliance and Amendments Committee a few weeks ago with a complaint against the mayor and against the chief of staff. My recollection is that the body decided that it was a pretty clean case that they were going to forward to this body for adjudication here with the recommendation that there be a violation found. Why is that not on today's agenda? What's holding it up? What is the reason this isn't just a simple flow? And for that matter, how do you even determine when some complaints go straight to the full body and others do not? There are a lot of issues I have, and I hope that the new chair and the new body will pay attention to following the rules, both the law, including the 45-day requirement that you render a decision on certain items within 45 days. That's been completely ignored. And as Mr. Hart said, it's very confusing and maddening to have sudden changes.
Yeah,
It is a procedure that I follow as I do.
Let's, if a person's in the middle of a sentence, let's allow them to finish their thought, and then I'll close it down. Thank you.
Thank you. The sentence was that jamming multiple things together is maddening for everybody involved to follow both what's going to be the procedure, which you're winging. There's nothing written down anywhere about procedures, as well as just conceptually what's which, where does it go, and so on. And they have generally led to people sitting and just saying and finding zero violations.
Thanks. Thank you. Any other further public comment? Okay, seeing none, let's call next item 5, please, Mr. Clerk.
Next on the agenda is item number 5. It's a report regarding Board of Supervisors file number 160478, proposed amendments to Campaign and Government Conduct Code requiring commissioners to file behested payment reports regarding the solicitation of charitable contributions over $5,000. I believe that Legislative Aide Lee Hepner from Supervisor Peskin's office is here to make a presentation on the matter.
Great. Welcome, Ms. Former Member Hepner.
Thank you, Chair Wolf, Vice Chair Highland, members of the task force. Lee Hepner from Supervisor Peskin's office. It's a pleasure to be before here. For those of you who don't know, I used to sit here, and everything I know about my current job I learned here. So it's a pleasure to see you all. Anyway, item 5 on your agenda is a proposal by Supervisor Aaron Peskin to require members of San Francisco's boards and commissions to file behested payment reports regarding the solicitation of charitable contributions over $5,000 in value or over a $5,000 threshold. This requirement currently exists as to local elected officials who solicit contributions of $5,000 or more for a government or charitable purpose, 501Cs. That official must file a behested payment report. But as of right now, this requirement does not apply to the city's various commissions and boards as they are defined in Section 3.103 of our city's charter. That does include the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and some 40-plus other bodies in the city. Notably not things like citizen advisory committees, but generally bodies that are involved in the granting of entitlements or other privileges or adjudicating complaints as this body does. We do have a very rich commission system in San Francisco. I think it's something that we take for granted. Not all municipalities have such a rich commission system. And that commission system serves our city in myriad important ways. As I already alluded to, some of commissions grant entitlements. The Port, the Planning Commission are involved in very high dollar transactions when it comes to projects being proposed. And like this body does as well, you occasionally issue findings regarding the conduct of certain elected officials officials and other city officials with respect to their content as under your jurisdiction per the ordinance. What this legislation attempts to do is really to shed light on the ecosystem of charitable contributions that are solicited by these commissioners. It's actually a privilege of mine to be working on a piece of legislation about openness and transparency, having come out of this body, and that's why I'm very happy to present it to you guys tonight. So in that sense, this is a very basic transparency measure, and critically, we're not aiming to prohibit this activity at all, nor are we aiming to cast aspersions on this activity, as much of it is done in a very innocent manner. I wouldn't assume that anybody who solicits money as part of their job, as Member Mass does, for instance, is necessarily doing so in a manner that is anything less than above board. But to the extent that commissioners or board members are exercising their leverage as a public-facing official to raise funds for this or that charitable cause, we do think that it's the public's right to know what that looks like. And of course, to the extent that those solicitations are being made to individuals or entities who are coming before a board or a commission, or who have come before a board or a commission for whatever cause, be it for an entitlement and otherwise, we think that that is critical public knowledge. And it's not just about the individual contributions either, but I think it's also trying to get the bigger picture of how much money is flowing in and out of our commission system, and from a data perspective, to see what that looks like over time, and be able to adjust our policies accordingly, or understand who our commissioners are, what our commission system does. Unlike the previous items that you've, actually much like, excuse me, I lost my train of thought for a moment. We're not seeking your official support of this item tonight. I do want to encourage a thoughtful conversation and hear some of your feedback. This is a measure that would apply to you as commissioners. A few details, and you guys have the legislation in your packet. This would apply, of course, to solicitations of contributions over $5,000. You would be making those on a form that would be submitted to the Ethics Commission. We are considering a few amendments right now, and I'm happy to just lay out a few of those. First of all, right now it requires filling out a Form 803. I think that we could probably work with Ethics Department staff to create a mechanism that is both easier for folks like yourselves to fill out and easier for them to process, whether that's an electronic form with the same data or a form that the Ethics Department finds suitable that still reflects the same requirements as a Form 803. We're open to some flexibility there. Secondly, right now, the proposal requires that those solicitations be reported within 30 days of hitting that $5,000 threshold. I think that it's reasonable to extend that to a quarterly reporting system every 3 months or so, and that would also apply effective of the date that you find that somebody that has come before your commission has made that contribution. Third, we want to make that solicitation will not be included to, or not be interpreted to include anything that it's not supposed to include. We've had concerns about, for instance, auctioneering. One of our commissioners serves as an auctioneer, and I don't think that that reasonably falls under the definition of solicitation. I don't think that that's what we're trying to get at here. And then lastly, and perhaps most substantively, we are willing right now to carve out a limited exception for high-level nonprofit staffers who fundraise as a part of their jobs. It's not lost on our office that at a time when it's harder and harder for nonprofits to survive in the city, we don't want to create a disincentive for people who work with nonprofits to also serve on commissions and boards in that public-facing role. So recognizing the inherent burden that this requirement imposes, we are open to an exception there, provided, however, that exception would be limited. You would still have to report solicitations from interested parties that are coming before this task force or a board or commission for this or that reason. And with that, I'm happy to open up the discussion. I've heard from Member Mass. I have not heard from anybody else. You're welcome to email me at any time around your concerns with this. We're still in a period of just soliciting feedback on this. We do have open minds. We think that generally the thrust of this is a very positive open government and transparent, clean government measure. But with that in mind, are amenable to suggestion to make it better and more workable. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions or otherwise hear your thoughts about this measure.
Members? Member Muss.
So at the last meeting, Vice Chair had asked me to look into this a little bit, and so I can just report back a little bit. I didn't provide a memo because I didn't have much to report back. So I spoke to the Fair Political Practices Committee that currently manages the state law on behested payments. And a couple things that they told me was, first of all, the FPPC has a long canon of advisory letters and opinions that they've written over the years, which would not apply to how this is, it applies to state law, and they don't have jurisdiction over a local city ordinance. And that's what they sort of intimated to me. And so they were a little uncomfortable answering hypothetical questions because the way that the law is structured, it mostly applies to full-time elected officials as opposed to commissioners across, a state who might, work full-time jobs and volunteer as we do here. So I didn't get a whole lot of information from them. I did send Mr. Heppner a series of questions, which I think due to an inability to connect to time, and I was sick for a little bit, and he wasn't able to answer in time. But I do have some questions for him, if that's okay, and I'll try not to keep it too long, and I can always send him more later. So one of the questions I had is, I think I understand what directly soliciting means. What does indirectly soliciting mean?
I think the idea of indirectly soliciting is, I'm a commissioner. I know that I can't solicit $5,000 payments for charitable causes without having to report them. So why don't I have my friend there do it and say to my friend, hey, I know that guy will give you $5,000 for your charitable cause. Why don't you do that? Then I don't have to disclose it in a behested payment report.
Okay.
Before you ask the next question.
Oh, sure, that's fine.
Okay. So by association, you're stating that it indirectly means by association?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by association or how that might be interpreted. However, I will say this. This is, of course, self-reporting. This is a self-reporting requirement that we're putting on you. This is, or proposing to put into place. There is inherent in this a bit of a trust and honesty mechanism. I am not going to know every instance in which a commissioner indirectly solicits a contribution. That is impossible to know. It's almost it does, however, provide a hook in case somebody wants to levy that accusation and then put that burden upon you to defend that action. So I'm not sure what you mean by association, but the idea is that, hey, you can't get around a report of behested payments if you tell somebody else to do what you are hesitant to do yourself because of the disclosure requirement.
But that's kind of what I mean. Mm-hmm. I mean, even if I don't say something to somebody else, the fact that they might work or are part in the same office or the same organization, I'm associated with that organization despite somebody else evangelizing or doing outreach for fundraising that may collect such funds. Mm-hmm. How does that work? So somebody files a complaint against me because I'm associated with an organization because it received over $5,000, in a single contribution.
Right.
I had nothing to do with that, how that got collected, but by association, it can be inferred.
Yeah, I think that you may at some point have to say, hey, I didn't solicit that contribution.
How does one defend themselves against that then?
I suppose by saying that you did not solicit the contribution or tell that person to solicit the contribution, or you were not part of the solicitation of that contribution.
So just to follow through with the process here, a complaint, who actually oversees the enforcement of this particular law? if it gets passed?
Well, my understanding is that the ethics department is involved, will be the entity, the department that gathers reports, that makes the reports available, and these are public records.
Right, and there's no requirement to be under oath in that commission.
I suppose that would be a line on the form that you are signing this under penalty of perjury, that the information stated herein is accurate. I don't know if that line exists. I think that whether you are signing that form or not, there may be another section of the code that says, hey, if you're going to submit a form to a governmental entity, you inherently attest to the truth of the stuff therein. I think that might be sort of already kind of inclusive. There are laws against the submission of false statements to public entities.
Right. So the concern I have is in some forms that we use that are from the state, we use them as just kind of, they're easy to use. They're not necessarily the official form, but we use them to collect certain information because they're there and they have the form is already created for us as far as the city is concerned. But the form itself is not necessarily quote unquote binding legally in that same way. So the question becomes, are you specifying a particular form? And that form would be like a legal form that people would have to, that when people sign it, that it becomes a binding document?
Well, right now it's the FPPC's Form 803.
But this is not an FPPC law. This is a local law.
And, right. However, giving the ethics department jurisdiction over this subset of behested payment reporting on the local level, I'm not sure I understand the question. I think that there is legal effect to submitting a Form 803, even if it is promulgated by the FPPC to the ethics department. I think that there's still a legal effect there. I'm not sure what scenario is.
I have my concerns about that because 803 doesn't apply to the same conditions as the law that you're presenting.
Which is why we're also, as I said, willing to amend this to allow the ethics department to have some flexibility in crafting their own formal reporting system that reflects substantially the same information that a Form 803 requires, and to reflect some of that same information.
Okay.
But of course, if the requirement is 30 days, and that is reflected in the FPPC Form 803, and we're willing to amend our ordinance to every 3 months or every 90 days reporting system, certainly that flexibility becomes necessary. And if the concern is a discrepancy between the ordinance and the Form 803, and trying to marry actually what the content of the ordinance is to the disclosure system, or the disclosure mechanism, then that's something that we will include in the ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah,
great.
Certainly.
Thanks. Member Fisher. And then Member Wolf.
Yeah, I have a bunch of questions, but I'll keep them short since we have a lineup here. So just to make sure I'm seeing this correctly, because I keep reading it over and over, it's 5,000 single source. So, for example, if someone was the co-chair of a political club that raised a lot of money for their PAC through a certain event, anything over 5,000, it's just, so it's not 10 people donating 1,000, it's when it hits the 5,000. That's my first question. Is that correct?
That's correct. Then
the second thing, and I'm going to go with what Chair Wolf said on this, which was started by Member Mass, is the directly, indirectly, what if that organization has 2 co-chairs and 2 finance co-chairs? Now there's 4 people on that committee. You can't come after me and say, well, the hospital council gave you 10,000. Did you solicit it? No, I didn't. There's 3 other people on this committee. So to concur with Chair Wolf, it starts to get a little slippery in there. Like, well, I didn't have anything to do. I have to come out and say, I didn't have anything to do. Do I have to file a form that says there was this major payment and I had nothing to do with this, but I'm a commissioner? And, this just looks like a solution looking for a problem. First of all, Your link that you gave us in the packet here is a dead link, so I had to find it myself. But I'm looking
I actually didn't provide a link.
But. Well, whoever did.
Okay.
Whoever was a dead link in our packet. So I'm looking at the Form 803, and actually I think this is geared towards elected officials and members of the PUC. I have no problem. In fact, I encourage this form from elected officers and members of the PUC. I want to know what they're doing. Mm-hmm. But pushing this down to, volunteer commissioners in the city and county of San Francisco, I'm already concerned about the lack of diversity and community contribution or whatever that we have. I'm just afraid this is just going to make it worse.
I think that's absolutely fair criticism, and that's the real pushback that we are going to face with this ordinance, and that we're very cognizant and trying to mitigate a lot of that pushback. Because yes, you do sit in a voluntary capacity. Several members of our boards and commissions serve in nonprofit capacities. Member Moss, you do so. Member Fisher, you sit as a co-chair of a Democratic club that I know raises money, part of your official duties there. We're not trying to prohibit or inhibit that activity. And frankly, that's part of the reason we set the threshold at $5,000 is because by and large, I don't think that most of the commissioners or board members who we have spoken with, at most of the hypotheticals that they bring to my attention, my response is, well, what? I'm not sure of somebody who's coming to your son's bake sale and spending $5,000 on brownies. That's wonderful if they are, but even if they are, this is merely a disclosure requirement. This is not saying don't do that. This is merely a disclosure requirement, and I don't think that. In the spirit of openness and transparency, which this board is very much embroiled with in every activity that you perform, I don't think that there is something inherently bad with the fact that somebody has raised $5,000 from a single source. That is precisely what I was trying to convey, is that, hey, look, we're not casting aspersions on the fundraising behaviors of our commissioners and board members, but we are interested to see where that fundraising capacity is being leveraged for an improper purpose. And so, for instance, people have come to us and said, well, why don't you just require the reporting of solicitations from interested parties that are coming before the board or commission? And again, that's putting the onus on the board member or the commissioner to make that decision, and depriving the public of what we think is pretty vital information about how money is being solicited and fundraised. So the reason that we set the threshold at $5,000 is because I genuinely don't think that it's going to capture a bulk of the fundraising duty that Member Fisher, you perform in your duty as a co-chair of a Democratic club. I'm certainly in a similar position with respect to a Democratic club, and know that I wouldn't be filing one of these, maybe a couple of them, a couple payments per year, probably on the same form because they take place within the same 90-day period. And frankly, they're really innocent activities. It's part of my official duties. Do I think the public should know what my fundraising activities take place of if I sit on a board or a commission? I don't mind. I mean, I don't mind. And I'm willing to hear pushback as to why that is controversial. But my question is, well, why? My follow-up question is, well, why is that inherently controversial or suspect?
Member Wolf.
Sure, but I'm going to let other people know.
I don't want. I have a ton of questions about this myself, and I want to. We have folks that have complaints that need to be heard. So I like to try and get through some of this, but I think I just want a procedure question. When is the Board of Supervisors planning on making it? When is this going before the Board of Supervisors?
Yeah, we're pretty occupied with a couple other items right now, and certainly July is looking pretty busy. I don't envision this going before the full Board of Supervisors before summer recess, which means it wouldn't be before the full board until September at the earliest. Okay. So there is time, and again, in this time, part of the reason I'm meeting with you now and again, willing to solicit feedback privately via my email, or if you'd like to go out for a coffee at some point and discuss this in more detail, I'm happy to talk about the minutia and some of the finer points of this piece. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Member Wolf.
So my concerns are around the indirectly as well as jurisdictional. So, for example, I'm working with a nonprofit organization in another state about general fundraising strategies, which could help them secure a $5,000 contribution by someone in some other state for a bicycle coalition that has nothing connected to the state of California. And nor would I be aware of that the donation happened, which is kind of the most crucial part here. So I don't think that, if some guy in Florida gives money to some nonprofit in Florida or in Louisiana, that how that impacts a San Francisco commissioner has any bearing at all, unless there's something really shady going on, in which case there's probably more going on to obscure that than that. So whether that level of indirectness in the first place, if it was a more local jurisdiction, so for example, I'm helping with the California Bike Coalition's website right now. Improving their website could help them secure a $5,000 donation. I don't have access to that information other than when they file it through GuideStar the next year, so I wouldn't even know until well after 90 days that donation had made happen. And so none of this requires that you're knowledgeable of these donations. So if you're creating these donations happening but not knowledgeable of the donation happening, that is still a violation the way this law is written as I read it. And one ancillary comparison example is like if you somehow had the opportunity to go on the radio and said like, Greenpeace is great, everyone should give money to Greenpeace, and someone hears that and decides to write a $5,000 check to Greenpeace, I would never know that they had written that check. They might make an announcement that they heard about it, and that's the only way that I could be actually connected to it. But in theory, the way this is written, me just making that announcement, which I have no connections to the analytics of what comes of it, would trigger this law, but there would be no way that I actually had triggered this law.
Okay, let me try and parse that out because there are a few questions in there. First of all, with respect to the bicycle company who you're building the website for, in the hopes that maybe they can successfully apply for a grant, I don't think that reasonably counts as a solicitation. And to the point that it would be a violation to do so, it would only be a violation, A, if you solicited the payment directly or indirectly, and B, failed to report it. And if you're not involved in the transaction, I don't, to the point that you don't know how much money is given, it's hard for me to imagine how that would count as a solicitation on your behalf, that you solicited that. Certainly not if you're improving a business or 501c's website so that they might be eligible for a grant. I don't think that counts as a solicitation. The latter example that you mentioned, which was you go on the radio and you say right. or you make a tweet that says Greenpeace is doing this great campaign, right? And someone sees that and is moved to give $5,000, right? Again, I don't think that that's what we're talking about here, and I think the FPPC letters, which may not be binding, could maybe be advisory in this respect. And what the FPPC says about, for instance, mass mailings that go out with a commissioner's name on it, or it actually makes a difference whether there's one commissioner's name on it, whether there's 10 commissioners' names on it, whether one commissioner signs it personally, whether it's addressed, handwritten permanently. I mean, there are various ways, fact-specific ways, to determine whether this is a solicitation. I don't think it's reasonable that going on the radio and saying, hey, if you're listening right now, Greenpeace could use donations over $5,000, and a bunch of people donate over $5,000. I don't think that that's reasonably a solicitation, certainly not the behavior that this is trying to capture. And to the point that this is a solution in search of a problem, I can say that anecdotally there is evidence that certain commissioners have leveraged their positions on commissions to facilitate solicitations of over $5,000 in exchange for certain preferential treatment. And I don't need to put that on blast right now. I don't think that it's necessarily, I do think it could be conceived of as a conflict of interest, but in any event, I can assure you that this is not a solution without a problem underlying it. And in fact, I think what this does is casts a lot of light on a system of charitable giving that could be a bit more suspect than is currently known to the general public.
Member Moss, then Member Tesfaye.
And I'll make it quick so I can meet with him and talk about this separately. So when I did speak to the FPPC, they did indicate situations in which you tweeted for a fundraiser or you sent a mass mailer with your name signed on it would count. What wouldn't count is that if you were listed in the letterhead because you happen to sit on a board, that would not count. But if the solicitation is coming from you and you send it out mass mailer, you're responsible for finding out who those $5,000 donors are. And that can cause a problem if you don't know who those donors are. So I'm definitely interested in this issue that Josh Wolfbrook brought up. How do you report if you don't know? And you've made a solicitation. On Twitter, you said Greenpeace is great. They're doing a campaign. Please donate to them. How do you find that information? If it's not out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good question, and one worth looking into. It does occur to me that, hey, if Greenpeace is trying to purchase a bunch of land in San Francisco and planning to erect a building on top of it, and you are a commissioner involved with that entitlement, you tweeting on their behalf that they're a great entity and everybody should donate to them, that could be suspect behavior. That could be suspect behavior.
You couldn't report. You wouldn't have the ability
I understand
to report.
that. So yeah,
the only solution is to not speak anymore. Like that would be the solution: is no longer tweeting "I support this cause," because you're going to know that you're not going to be able to get information. And in the realm of possibilities of tweeting it, and Ashton Kutcher retweets it, and then somebody across the country drops $1 million because they saw it. How would you know? And how? I mean, you just can't do it.
Well, and my response to that may not please you. It's a little bit of pushback. First of all, I do think it's an interesting question. Second of all, if this legislation means that commissioners and board members have to adjust their behavior ever so slightly to not tweet, please donate to Greenpeace, they're a great organization, then that might not be such a bad thing. If we're not putting in commissioners and board members in a position of leveraging their public-facing status as a city official to do that, then maybe that's an okay thing. Maybe that's a byproduct of sitting on a board or commission, is that you have to adjust your behavior ever so slightly.
It could also inhibit somebody from actually serving.
And I would be welcome to hear that story. I think this is a bit of a referendum on what if we want to go down that route, this is a bit of a referendum on who sits on our commissions and who sits on our boards. And if this disclosure requirement, if we go down the path of amending it so that it is a reasonable, workable piece of legislation, my hope is that we would greatly minimize the disincentive, and that at the end of the day, most people wouldn't mind having to make these disclosures. They would be able to adjust their normal fundraising activities in order to make these disclosures comfortably, and that is the point that we hope to get to with this ordinance.
Member Tesfaye.
So I am someone who's currently subject to these regulations under the FPPC. I'm also someone who serves on the board of local nonprofits that do fundraising, and I have not found them difficult to abide by and to comply with the reporting. There are specific instances when my organization is looking for large donations from large companies that do come before me, and I make sure not to be involved in those solicitations in any way, and to make sure that my name is never used. I also never suggest to members of our organization looking for solicitations to go to those companies. They're publicly known, so they know they exist. My face does appear under the board of directors for our organization, and so if someone from that company was looking closely, they would see that I'm associated, but there would be no way for me to necessarily know that they made the donation. So I just want to say that it isn't that complicated to abide by the situation unless your job is as a fundraiser, and I think that there might need to be more clarity on what is actually going on, but unless we have some type of a rule like this in place, there's no way for us to know how large of a problem this may be.
Right.
So
I just as a final thought, some of these issues came up with Prop C from last year, where there's a level of not a whole lot of clarity with regards to the nonprofit side. Okay, and so the concern I have here is it's almost inside out. Now you have a nonprofit or any other organization that doesn't have any requirement to report any of its donations, specifically on an I-90, an annual report to the IRS. Now you're asking them to now expose. And what if they get a silent donor, okay, that does not want to be exposed? And now so I just want to put that forward. You don't need to answer that now, but I think we're going to probably have another
one more comment.
Meeting on this item in the future. Member Fisher, and then we're going to close.
Yeah, I mean, the one comment, and you're going to look at me and say, "Come on, in this day and age," but all I have to do is point to other situations where members of the LGBT community have been outed or even killed or whatever. My concern is in certain organizations I'm in, we do get anonymous donors because they're still closeted or they cannot give this information out. So now I'm always thinking about the law of unintended consequences. So now you put this kind of law, and now certain organizations, not ours, all our people tell us, but I am helping out with another organization which, doesn't have the benefit of member Tesfa's organization where she says, "Oh, I can just back off." I mean, I'm helping an organization that's 29 years. 29-year-old organization that is now literally bootstrapping just to get, through the next month. They don't have the benefit of saying, "Oh, well, we don't need Lou or somebody else. We'll just do it." They don't have that. So the law of unintended consequences is you think down in the future, now we're going to lose some of, this happens to be a cultural organization, culturally diverse organizations, all because the one person who is bringing in money now can't bring in any money because of this rule. I'm a failure analyst. I'm just always looking 7 steps ahead, and that's a concern I have. And like Chair Wolf brought up, we have had anonymous donors who are like, I can't let this be known. My work, my what I do, my family. So that's another concern I have.
Yeah. And to that point, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what the answer is to anonymous donors. It's not the first time that I've heard the concern. There were a lot of donors to opposing Proposition 8 that wanted to be silent because they didn't want to, be out there on the fences, or they would face blowback or discrimination for donating. I mean, right now, as written, the advice that I would provide is to not be involved in solicitations from donors who would want to remain anonymous, and adjust your fundraising ability.
I go back to, that's great if you have that privilege, but if you're working with an organization that is literally scraping by to get through the next month, and the option is, well, we're out of business, you've just taken a law that has now destroyed a great cultural institution or whatever. And is that what you really set out to do? So that's my only comment.
Well, obviously, we have a lot more questions.
I'm certainly not in the business of destroying nonprofit cultural institutions. That is not my intent.
We appreciate
or
that.
Our office's
We
intent.
appreciate that. And
The Hefner destroys.
I can see it now.
And on the flip side, we can also, I think I speak for everybody, we also know how nefarious entities use campaign financing or donations to get favor among public officials. So we understand, there's 2 sides of the coin here. Let's continue this item. Since it's just discussion only, there's no need to necessarily move it to, but we'll move it. I think we want to hear from you again next month. Well, if anybody has any further questions or concerns, you can forward them to the clerk, to Victor, and we'll get them to Supervisor Peskin's office and to his aide, former member Lee Hepner, Esquire. And
sorry, can I continue to send my questions to Mr. Hepner?
Well, the thing is if you're doing it on behalf of the task force, I'd like the benefit of the other members to see what those questions are in that conversation. And also, it should be, easily accessible public record. So.
Sure thing.
Okay.
It's a mixed bag because we're asking questions for the committee, but we're also in our own capacity.
I understand that.
So I don't mind CCing. I just didn't know whether.
I think what may be helpful is if everybody sends their questions to Victor, I'll go through them, we'll organize them in a way and format them in a way, and so that way you get one document with all the questions and you can go through them. I think it'll make for a little bit easier process. That way when we come back next month, we can have you'll have answers from everybody in that kind of way. Does that sound okay with you?
Whatever you guys think works. I understand that there may be questions that are not specific to, or rather are specific to individuals that may not be on behalf of the task force. However you guys see fit. I work 2 floors down from here and I'm on my email all day, which is lee.hepner@sfgov.org. Anybody can, with all due respect to your process, I'm happy to listen.
If anybody has a specific issues personally, you want to contact them directly, I don't see there be any problem with that. Just saying for the concerns as a member of this body, if you have questions with regards to that, let's try to keep to that process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hepner. Okay, moving on. Next
comment?
Oh, yes.
Bye, Lee.
Yes, we can have some public comment, sure. We're a bit on that.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. There were 2 premises that Mr. Hepner mentioned, and that's the basic idea that we're going to trust everybody to be honest, and number 2, we're going to trust the Ethics Commission to enforce this rule. And I will give you a perfect example of why that is the worst idea I have heard in years. There's a group called the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library. During the years 2009, 10, and 11, Luis Herrera, the city librarian, filed statements of economic interest. The statements he signed are based on the bottom of this. I have used all reasonable diligence in preparing this statement. I have reviewed this statement, and the best of my knowledge, the information contained herein and in any attached schedules is true and complete. I certify under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of California that the foregoing is true and correct. We took this complaint to the Ethics Commission. They refused to even hear the complaint. We took it to the FPPC in Sacramento. They did a real investigation and found him to have violated the law in these 3 years, and were only limited to that because the statute of limitation, although he had been accepting these gifts for years prior to this and not claiming them, they couldn't go back further than 3 years. As you see, he had to file corrected filings and accepted almost $15,000 in a period of 3 years. And this is from a group over which he has fiduciary responsibility, which he has completely avoided. He makes no effort to find out what money this group raises and whether it goes to the library or not. It has been 40 months since this group has appeared before the Library Commission and the library. So basically we have here a city department head who perjured himself, denied he was getting things. He didn't just not file the forms. He filed a form, signed it, and perjured himself, saying he didn't get anything. And when the FPPC investigated it, found that he had. And you know what he fined him for each violation? $200. And I said, boy, that's a pretty good deal. Give me $5,000 worth of free stuff and make me pay a $200 fine if I get caught, and that'll be great. I would like to ask you, what are the members of the Library Commission going to do when they go to a Friends Gala, a Friends fundraiser, and solicit donations for the Friends, which is a separate organization, they will insist, heaven and high water? What will the city librarian do when he goes to these fundraisers and solicits donations? And these fundraisers are not small. This group has, at the current time, by its own reporting to a watchdog agency, gets more than $6 million in donations a year. So how is this law going to apply to all these people when they solicit at these meetings?
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. Mr. Hartz is correct. There are boxes on the form that you have to file with FPPC and the city librarian. There are various boxes for various categories of gifts. I received money for travel. I received various kinds of money. I received cash. And Luis Herrera signed. He put an X in the box that I didn't receive anything from anybody. And meanwhile, the friends who he works at times to support by being present at things, they have a gala, are getting tremendous benefits from the library. The library's goodwill, the library's logo, library spaces for a store, which is part of a operation that they boasted a few years ago is breaking $1 million in income. The library provides collection resources for the Friends in all of its locations that are warm and dry and protected for people to drop off material for the Friends. Nobody to be sold in their stores. They collect it for free with the help of the library. Step sales, the library workers go through what they want to cull, what they want to discard, bring it out and put it on tables. Who collects the money for those books that are sold to the public, books that were already purchased by the public for the public at the library? Friends of SFPL. So I think I certainly agree with the chair that there are two sides that certainly need to be considered. But I do think, in general, it's a good thing to have disclosure so that we can track and see what's going on. And in some cases, there are real issues of conflict of interest, of basically selling the public good down the drain so that particular people can have particular benefits, and you'll help them along. I do recall something similar coming up at Ethics, I think, some years ago, and every nonprofit in town, I think, including the Friends, was vigorously opposed, and it died. I'm not sure if Mr. Heppner recalls that or was on the scene at the time, but I think that's worth looking into. I do want to point out Section 67.29-6, sources of outside funding. I think that, well, I recommend you read it since my time is running out, but I don't think it's appropriate for government functions for the people and private donations to be mixed. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Let's call the next item.
This matter will be continued to the next meeting of the task force by unanimous vote. Next on the agenda is item number 6, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Leanne Pelham, Executive Director, Ethics Commission, and the Ethics Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7b by failing to provide a description that is meaningful and sufficiently clear to alert a person of average intelligence and education whose interests are affected by an agenda item.
Okay.
Jurisdiction?
Right. We'll entertain a motion for jurisdiction on this item.
Would somebody like to make that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Member Hinsey, seconded by Member Fisher. Okay. Public comment? Seeing no public comment, let's move to a vote. Any members, do you have any comments? Okay, let's move to a vote.
Would you like to pass that without objection?
Can we, is that regular? Okay, yes. Without objection, members? Yeah. Moved by without objection. Okay, so let's start. Complainant presents his or her facts and evidence. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, on page 23 of your packet in the city attorney's memo, near the top it says the agenda item at issue, which is included in the complaint packet, reads as follows. 7, discussion of possible action regarding the Ethics Commission's referral to the Bureau of Delinquent Revenue of forfeiture concerning Supervisor Mark Farrell. Attachment letters from the Ethics Commission to the Bureau of Delinquent Revenue dated July 8, 2015. letter from Mr. James Sutton to the Office of the Treasurer and Tax Collector dated November 4th. Now, I don't have time to play, obviously, the full hearing at the Ethics Commission, but this single item went on for 40 minutes. It started at 4:14 in the record, and anybody can go and check this. It's on the SFG TV. At 4:21, one of the commissioners, who is Commissioner Keene, who is a former law professor and a former dean emeritus of a law school, not to mention the city attorney's appointee to the Ethics Commission, asked the question, what are we being asked to do? It isn't just important that you agendize an item by putting it on there. It has to indicate what it is, what's the purpose of it. Commissioner Sullivan, 2 minutes later, said, I agree. I saw this on here, and we've seen these documents many times before. We all thought this was settled, and I don't understand why it's here again. At 4:40, we're talking a half an hour into this, they're asking questions like, well, what is it we're being expected to do? And then they took public comment, and if you look on page... Sorry about this. Ugh. 53 of the packet. It's the minute. These are from the minutes of the Ethics Commission. It's items number 7. Commissioner Keene objected to the commission here in this item. He stated the Ethics Commission's role was over and it should go off calendar. He made a motion to move that. It was defeated. He made a motion to move and not seconded that the treasurer just collect the debt because they weren't told anything about what exactly was the wrong. They had sent it for collection, and they just expected it to be collected. That was defeated. Then he made another motion, and he moved, but it was not seconded, that the treasurer file the court case. And then finally, he moved and seconded, and that failed again, that the commission not hear the item. And if you look at the minutes of the meeting, you will see a number of the members of the public got up and said that they didn't understand exactly why this was on the agenda. Now, it's one thing if a member of the public like myself comes and says, look, I read this agenda item, I looked at the documents, and it doesn't say anything about what this is on here for. I mean, it's on the agenda, but why? And when one of the members of the commission and then a second asks, why is it on the agenda? I don't think it's hard to understand why a member of the public would say, well, it wasn't written very clearly if even the members don't object. And then 5 members of the public got up during public testimony, all of them saying they didn't understand, including David Pilpel. And as everybody knows his history and mine, we seldom agree on anything. And he said, I don't know why this is on the agenda. It's not on here properly. And those are all comments that are in the minutes that were provided by the executive director of the Library Commission. Now, basically what I'm saying is, if I write an agenda item and I put agenda item number 5, the San Francisco telephone directory, and I attach the telephone directory, what is the public supposed to glean from that? I think most people would be completely confused. What is the telephone directory doing on the agenda? And yes, I see it's attached to it, so it obviously has something to do with the agenda, but what? And what is the task force supposed to do with it? And I think with this case, this ethics, what happened was eventually the president of the Ethics Commission said, oh, I had a conversation with someone from the assessor's office, and they told me they needed directions from us. So basically, if the executive director had talked to him and said, why is this on the agenda, or they had provided any information in writing from that body, the public would have understood why it's on the agenda. The members would have understood it, why it was agenda, but they didn't even make an effort to do that. And basically, it's in the fact that it doesn't say what the body is supposed to do with it, it is a defective agenda item.
Are there any parties or witnesses on behalf of the complainant to provide any facts or evidence? Seeing none. Ms. Pelham? Respondent, you may have 5 minutes.
Good evening, members of the task force. Leanne Pelham, Executive Director of the Ethics Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to summarize for you a response that was contained in my response to the complaint dated February 17th, sent to Mr. Young, and importantly to focus on the law that's at issue and its requirements. For the reasons that are detailed in the letter, it's our view, my February 17th letter, it's our view that the Commission's agenda indeed did provide a description as to the questioned item as required under the law. In short, a reading of the Commission's agenda, the law at issue, and the case law all support a finding that the Commission's agenda description in the item satisfied both the letter and the spirit of the applicable law. Specifically, our response provided the full agenda, as you see in your packets, for the item at issue. Attachment 1, which was item 7's attachments to the January 25th meeting. It included 2 additional attachments about the matter, the referral letter to the Bureau of Delinquent Revenue, as well as the Commission's denial of a waiver for forfeiture. We also attached draft minutes for your information from that January 26th meeting. And the complaint argues, in essence, that the Commission violated the Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.7b by failing to provide an adequate description of an agenda item on its regular agenda meeting for that January 25th meeting. It generally states a concern that the Commission's agenda's description was without substance and asserts that neither the item description nor the associated attachments explained what the agenda item was actually about. It's our view to the contrary, and I'll just recap briefly, that the agenda item and the Commission's description did provide substance about the item and what it was about, and did comply with both the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance in doing so. I think it's important to note that at the core of the complaint, there does appear to be a general concern that the Commission's item agendized didn't describe the item in a manner that preemptively answered every question that somebody might have had about the matter as it appeared. A question that either a member of the public or even one of the ethics commissioners might have had. Importantly, Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.7b requires that the description provide members of the public with enough information to know that they may have a reason to attend or watch the meeting in question. So to recap how our agenda item did that, first procedurally, in terms of the content, the item as it was posted cited both a discussion and possible action regarding the Commission's referral to the Bureau of Delinquent Revenue. It provided attachments that were specific to the Ethics Commission's referral to the letter from the Ethics Commission to BDR, and also background letter from the individual's attorney, dated November 4th, 2015. And then the agenda item also walked through various steps the Commission would potentially be taking that evening in terms of a possible closed session, whether to vote on attorney-client privilege, when we would be taking public comment, and so forth. So the Commission, following those steps as outlined in the agenda, proceeded to take those actions. Now, in terms of the applicable legal standards, the Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.7b addresses the descriptions that agendas must provide concerning city business, including that a description is meaningful if it's sufficiently clear and specific to alert a person of average intelligence and education whose interests may be affected by the item, that he or she may have a reason to attend the meeting or seek more information on the item. It needs to be in brief, concise, and written in plain English, something we always strive to do when we have our attorneys guiding us, and so we do think that we met that standard as well. And we also had explanatory documents that were provided to the policy body and the public at the same time. Although some items were longer in length, we did embed those documents in the agenda. We posted them at the same time for the public at a location as indicated. The Brown Act similarly addresses agenda descriptions 72 hours before posting, which we did, and where it needs to be posted, including a brief general description of each item and items that might be discussed in closed session. It's our analysis, as my letter indicated, that the Commission's agenda item 7 satisfied the letter and the spirit of the applicable law. The letter that we provided to you indicates how we satisfy the various elements of Section 67.7b. We have provided responses in the letter that we did provide a meaningful description. Our description was brief, concise, and written in plain English. It referred to explanatory documents. The documents were posted adjacent to the agenda, and for those reasons, we do believe that the agendized item met both the spirit and the letter of the law for both the Sunshine Ordinance as well as the Brown Act. There's also case law that we cited for you just as a quick reference that spoke to a Court of Appeal case last year in which the agenda item, as the court found it sufficient to meet the Brown Act, actually had much less information than our agenda did for this item. So just to conclude very briefly, and I'll turn it back to you, the commission was clear. We provided substantially more information than the Brown Act required, but we spoke about who the adverse party was, what the dispute was, and we provided additional information to try and provide the public with information that would give them a reason to ask for additional information or to be at the meeting should they desire to do so. I'll stop there and let you...
Is that the end of the time?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe I'm a little bit over, but thank you for your indulgence. Appreciate your consideration.
Are there any parties or witnesses on behalf of the respondent providing any additional facts or evidence? Okay, seeing none, it's before us, folks. Matters with the task force. Vice Chair Hyland.
Through the chair, I think just a quick thing I'll throw out the task force. I think it's important just to focus on the actual, letter of the law and what we're looking at here, even though the subject matter is interesting and the way the Ethics Commission dealt with it or didn't deal with it was interesting, but just try and really focus on, was the meeting noticed adequately? And that's probably a good place to start.
Anybody else? All right, a couple of questions, Mr. Hartz.
Yes.
So I'm looking at the agenda for that day for the regular meeting of the Ethics Commission of January 25th, correct?
Right.
Okay. What did you, compared to all the other items that are on there, what did you expect this particular item to say after having gone through listened to the whole item?
Given that all of the agenda attachments are items that had been seen many, many times, in fact, Commissioner Keene said, I looked at this, I had no idea why it was on the agenda, because we've seen these things over and over again, and what are we being asked to do?
Got it. Okay, thank you. Also, okay, that answers my next question.
Could I do one thing that I couldn't find when I was doing it? It was the public comment by other members of the public who referred to this same issue.
Okay.
And this is from their minutes. Larry Bush stated it was unprecedented for the Bureau of Delinquent Revenue to send something back to this body or any other agency. He stated that this is an inappropriate issue for the Commission to consider. Charles Marsteller agreed that it was inappropriate at this time. He stated that Supervisor Farrell wanted to reopen the matter. He would be interested in hearing what he had to say. He suggested the Commission advise the Treasurer to collect as he normally would. David Pilpel, speaking as an individual, stated that he agrees with Mr. Bush and Commissioner Keene. He stated the public should see what happened in this matter in the last 6 months, because there had been no update since the last time they saw these documents. And he stated that the item was not framed properly for public discussion tonight. So basically, everybody who spoke, who was at that meeting, a member of the public, said, we don't understand what it is you're discussing here. We know it's these documents, but what about these documents, and what are you being asked to do? And finally, the last thing, Commissioner Keene said this: the public has told us they didn't know what this was about. I didn't know what this was about.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pelham? Was this a new or a continued item for the Ethics Commission?
This was a new item.
A new item?
Yes.
So they had not heard any information with regards. So okay, I'll just take it on face value that it was a new item. Okay. All right. So looking at all the other items on your agenda, or the Ethics Commission's agenda at this point, and looking at this particular item, if this was a new item, it would be a little difficult for me to understand what it's really all about, except because it says the Ethics Commission's referral. So had the Ethics Commission not heard this before, this item?
There was an underlying matter that the commission had had some discussion on in a prior year.
Uh-huh.
This is a separate and unique matter, which the agenda points out was for the purpose of, under A, after the discussion on whether to meet in closed session, whether to assert attorney-client privilege, to discuss anticipated litigation as a plaintiff. The subsection C, to confer with legal counsel, anticipated litigation as plaintiff. Under E, whether to disclose to the public about anticipated litigation as a plaintiff. So this was a particular session to enable the commission to do that, to have that discussion.
So it sounds, so let me just get my train of thought here.
Mm-hmm.
So this sounds like that there was possible litigation on this particular item, and that you need to go through the process to determine whether to go into closed session to discuss the item that you may or may not have some liability with. Correct?
I think it's a fair description.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the problem that we're having here is that it's not clear as to what that is.
As to what is?
As to what this item, the purpose of putting this item on the agenda for is. And listening to and reading some of the public comment, it was clear to everybody else in the room, including at least one commissioner, that it wasn't very clear on why this item was on the agenda, which leads me to believe that the way the item was written was not its prime intent. Its prime intent was, should we go into closed session? And then, what should we go into closed session about? So if I look at like a Board of Supervisors agenda, okay, they'll have items that they'll need to go into closed session for. It'll be like closed session and then items underneath it. I believe that's the way I recall some of their agendas. Okay, it wouldn't necessarily be specifically, here's the item, and then here's just the process for closed session. It's not very clear on the agenda what that means. So as an average, I've been doing this stuff for a long time. If I were to look at this too, I would see, there may be a possibility they have to go into closed session, but what is the item discussing? It's not discussing a possibility of liability of litigation, which would have been more clear to the public and your commissioners. That's the way I would have reworded it or would have added it, because then that would have been, there are only certain conditions you can go under closed session for. So if it was a personnel matter, it would probably be listed under personnel, okay, and then it would be, here are the processes for going into closed session, and then what the subject matter would have been in one line, or if it was about real estate acquisitions or anything like that, same difference. It would begin with closed session, here's why, then the reasons, and then go into it. And that's the way most of the agendas I've seen around this building kind of work.
May I respond just briefly?
Yes,
I
absolutely.
appreciate the feedback on that. I would point out, as I said earlier, it's hard to know what questions any member of the public or commission might have about an agenda item. 4 of our commissioners did not have a question about it. So I do want to just be clear that in terms of the commissioners' questions, there was one commissioner who had a question about it, but not all 5. So just to make sure the record's clear on that.
No, fair enough. But by the same token, the purpose of it being a public item, public document, is for the public's benefit. So if the public can't get an idea what it's about, then it's almost like we're going to go into closed session, but we're not going to tell you what it's all about. They at least have to have an idea why you're going into closed session. And I realize that by putting in the sub levels, the A through E, the actual process for going to closed session, that may reveal why it is. But it's not necessarily kind of obvious to the public that why that would be there, unless it was stated in the main item that, possible closed session for the purposes of it being liability or real estate or personnel or whatever, that they may be going to closed session. Some areas they just have a whole section for closed session, and have items listed under it, and then they list why that is. So it's very easy and clear to see. So that's all. I'm just it seems out of place, to be honest with you, as far as my experience with agendas. Member Josh Wolf, then Member Muss. Thank you, Ms. Pelham.
If you can actually go ahead and return to the podium, I have a quick question, which is, so I'm reading through this, and I feel like I can put most of the pieces together, and I feel like there actually is a fairly detailed explanation of what the pieces are here, and we have some supporting documents, but where I'm confused is how this got back to ethics. So the Ethics Commission in December of 2014 found that his 2010 committee had to forfeit $190,000 in contributions. Then in July of 2015, so a year ago, it was, I guess he didn't pay, so it was the committee, so the Ethics Commission then referred it to the Bureau of Delinquent Revenue. So how, after that, I'm assuming it wasn't paid, which is how it ended up back at ethics, but how did that happen that it went back to ethics? What is the apparatus that did that?
I at the risk of, I guess the way I would answer this is that the commission has responsibility to make sure that when it has matters that it has referred and has determined should be collected, that it pursues that with all rigor it can. So if there is a time where there's a question about whether that will happen, the commission needs to weigh in and continue to provide its guidance. So the commission is exercising this opportunity, was the commission exercising its responsibility to make sure that it was pursuing a matter that it had referred with all vigor that it could.
So it's almost like a status report on what happened since it got referred to the Bureau of Delinquent Revenue.
Again, as the agenda notes, it was to have a discussion about anticipated litigation. So I don't think it's fair to characterize it, nor does the agenda characterize it as a status update.
Actually, Ms. Pelham, the agenda does not say that. It says discussion possible action regarding the Ethics Commission's referral to the Bureau of Delinquent Revenue and Forfeiture concerning Supervisor Mark Farrell.
In connection with discussing anticipated litigation, yeah.
Where does it say that?
Under B, under C, and under
yeah, but
E.
that's the process. You're just reiterating the process for dealing with a closed session. The matter is whether that would be the case. Okay? What the process is pro forma. That's just general pro forma. But the actual item should actually say that, because that is what provides the advice to the public and to your own members as to why is this item on the agenda? And if it was a new item, then it's not, to me, it wouldn't be descriptive enough. I would be asking the same questions. I can't speak for any of the ethics commissioners, but if that came before me, I would say, I see possible closed session, but why? Why is this here? And then if it was explained that it was for possible litigation, it should be explained in the agenda item. It's not revealing anything necessarily. So I have Member Moss, I have Member Kanata, and then our legal counsel.
Yeah, yes, please. So, it seems to me that there's like this missing element here. Like it got sent to, collections essentially, right? And then he didn't want to pay, and so their lawyer sends a letter to the treasurer saying, hey, we're not going to pay. But there's no indication how it got from the treasurer's office back to the commission. And I think that Mr. Hartz had asked whether he had stated that if there was a treasury had sent a letter to the Ethics Commission that it wasn't included in the packet. Was there any communication from the treasurer that went with this forwarding of the supervisor's letter?
As I stand here, I can't answer that question.
So it's reading through the minutes, it seems like Commissioner Herr and Chairperson Wren both had an idea of what this thing was about. That, if you were to reverse engineer it, the question is that seemed to have come before the commission was the Treasury needs us to make a decision whether we're going to sue over this or not. Does that sound like what the whole? Is that what the question was in the end?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that last part?
Was the question in the end, do they sue or not to enforce this? Do they give the Treasury Department instructions to sue or not sue to collect this fine or whatever?
The commission came out of their closed session and made an announcement, I believe, that they would pursue this with every
But so that was the answer to the question ultimately. Okay, so I'm looking at this. I'm like, well, would it have? Because it seems like the treasurer had a conversation with somebody, and people on this commission knew that was the question being asked, but it wasn't put in the minutes. I think
it wasn't put in the agenda.
It wasn't put in the agenda. I'm sorry.
But isn't that the letter from James Sutton to Office of Treasurer and Tax?
Right, but that's not a letter from him to the Ethics Commission. That is a letter from him to the Treasury, and so it's unclear how a letter from to the Treasurer got sent to the Ethics Commission because there's nothing with it saying, like you would imagine that the Treasurer would send a letter saying, "Hey, we got this letter from the lawyer. We need some action."
Yeah, I don't want to get too far off into left field because we're not here to deconstruct necessarily the issue.
But if that letter had been in there, then that would have given people more idea of what's going on.
But the complainant's concern is not about what's in the attachments. It's about what is written on the agenda as the description of the item.
Right.
That's what's before us today. So just want to make sure we don't get too far off the beaten path here. Member Kanata.
Yeah, I just want to try to understand the difference in the conversation between what's in item 7 as opposed to what's in the bullet points A through E. Before you get to the bullet points, it does say possible closed session. And my question is, if on that line, instead of C, it would have said possible closed session due to possible litigation, would that have been satisfactory? Because I read this, now I know just from following San Francisco politics that Supervisor Farrell had this issue. Mm-hmm. So by reading this item, I kind of knew what this was about.
Yeah, but the question is to the unknown person at that point, and that's what's before us today. So it needs to reasonably explain what the item is to, let's say, the person who is unknown to the item. Has to be equal for all people. Okay, we have D.C. Acola first.
I just encourage everyone to look over the Brown Act section 54954.2A, subsection 1. The standard is really low on an agenda item description. It's really low. Meaningful description that was sufficiently clear and specific to alert a person of average intelligence and education whose interests are affected by the item that he or she may have a reason to attend the meeting or seek more information on the item. It doesn't need to answer all the questions in an agenda item. We have other provisions that say an agenda item, a description shouldn't be more than 35 words or so. They only have so much room to work with. But I'm not trying to sway anyone in either direction, but just take into account how low the standard is here for an agenda item description when you're making your decision here. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Tesfaye.
I was going to say almost the same thing. That is my understanding of the Brown Act, and all of the information in A through E is not contained in 7, but that's the point of having the A through E. I am not someone who is familiar, as Member Kanata is on what this matter is, but from reading the full agenda item, I can see what is going on. And I don't think that it is persuasive that 2 members of the Ethics Commission didn't understand what was going on, because people do prepare differently for meetings based on time constraints. And so I don't find that very persuasive that there were 2 people that were slightly confused on what was going on with that agenda item.
Any other comments, members? Okay, seeing none, let's move to rebuttal. The respondent has 3 minutes. Ms. Pelham?
I have nothing to add.
Very good, thank you. Complainant, Mr. Hartz, you have 3 minutes.
Some of you don't know me, and the reason I do this and put an immense amount of time and energy in it is because I look out for the folks who don't know this law, don't know their rights under the law, don't know what to do if it's violated. In this particular case, from the minutes of their own, the Ethics Commission, basically all the members of the public that were there that commented said we didn't really understand what we were supposed to do with this item. You can put anything on the agenda, but if the knowledgeable people on the agenda don't understand it, and I'm not saying they didn't understand there was something about it, I'm saying that they didn't specifically understand on this agenda item, on this agenda, on this date, what are we being asked to do? And Professor Keene, who is a law professor, said, I'm looking at this. When I saw it on the agenda, the first thing that popped into my head was, why is this back on our agenda? We settled this a year ago. We've already told the Bureau of Delinquent Revenues what to do. We've already had closed sessions about this, and now all of a sudden it pops up again. And I have to agree with what Mr. Chinata said. If they had put something in there saying, just very briefly, that this is to consider possible litigation regarding this matter, we wouldn't be here. But it didn't happen that way. What happened was the members of the commission were sitting there asking questions about what are we doing? Why is this on the agenda? All this other stuff. And finally, Chair Rennie said, oh, I had a conversation with somebody at the assessor's office, and they need to have us give them instructions. Now, if they had gotten a letter, as somebody else mentioned, I think that would have been perfect. I would have had no problem. I would have said, here's the letter. They're saying they're having a hard time, figuring out what to do with it and what the Ethics Commission, as the client, wants them to do. If they had even put a brief description saying that this is come back to us again because there is a question about whether or not we're going to have litigation. That would disclose nothing confidential, no attorney-client privilege issue, but it would make it clear to the public why it was there. And I think that since all the members of the public who did comment said they didn't understand why it was back on the agenda, the fact that a member of the commission didn't understand why it was back on the agenda, and that person was a lawyer, for God's sakes, and he tried several times, 4 times in fact, to take it off because he didn't think it was appropriate to be handled, then I think that raises serious questions. And I don't think it's, and I don't do this to be petty. I do it because, unfortunately, sometimes when they don't want people to really know what something's about, they intentionally word them kind of oddly. And as the deputy city attorney said, the bar is very, very low. And if this bar is 2 inches, they didn't even meet that.
Okay, public comment. Yeah, we should do that. No, we should consider a motion. Is there, entertain a motion?
I think I'd like to hear public comment before.
You want to hear public comment beforehand? Okay, great. We can.
And then do we have to hear public comment?
We can, but if we come out with a motion, then we have to entertain public comment on that motion.
I'll tell you what, then.
Member Josh Wolf.
I think we should discuss this and figure out whether there's a sense of a motion, and then if there is, make the motion and then get public comment.
Okay.
Fair enough. And from my read of the situation, it seems like there's a lot of things that could have been done differently, but that at the end of the day, the bar for what the agenda item needs to be written as is as low as it is, and that does bind our hands in this situation. There doesn't seem to be anything like it seems like there was a lot of things that didn't work right, but we're not, the cops of the rules of order, or whether the meetings were conducted by the chair properly, and whether the commissioners were well informed of the matter. And each of those things seems to be the more overriding issue than the actual description of the agenda item.
Through the chair,
Vice Chair Highland.
Let me save Member Wolf here. Let me go ahead and propose a 67.7B violation. At least we have that on the table. We can perhaps get some public comment about that and just carry it and then move on and not have to come back for extra.
There a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Vice Chair Highland, seconded by Member Moss. Okay, now we'll take public comment.
Basically,
Peter Warfield. I'm not connected to this case and am partly familiar with it. So let me start out by confirming what most, if not all, of the folks have said. When I read this, not having a particular interest in going to the meeting and so on, I read discussion and possible action regarding Ethics Commission's referral to the Bureau of Delinquent Revenue of forfeiture concerning super. I thought, well, what action do they want to take about the referral? Are they going to take it back? We made a mistake. We shouldn't have sent this. Everything is okay. Or were they going to do some other action concerning the referral? That was my common sense. I didn't understand either. What is it about the referral that they're going to discuss and take action on? Now, with respect to what the law requires on agenda items, yes, the section that was cited by Mr. Cola and is unfortunately in section 67.7B is what you might call a low bar. But Mr. Cola neglected to tell you that our Sunshine Ordinance has section 67.7A, and I'd like to read it. At least 72 hours before a regular meeting, a policy body shall post an agenda containing a meaningful description of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting. Here's the zinger. Agendas shall specify for each item of business the proposed action. The proposed action, or a statement the item is for discussion only. And the last thing is about posting on the internet. I don't believe, as I think you've heard from the chair, with whom I agree, I don't think that it's clear what action is proposed here. They're talking about something to do with a referral. They're going to do something about a referral. Discussion and possible action regarding the Ethics Commission's referral to this other body. And so I think it fails on 67.7A without any question. I would certainly not disagree with Mr. Highland's concern for Section B, which I would support, but particularly I would say Section 67.7A has been violated clearly and should be what particularly you find a violation about. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none. Members? So the only thing I would say is, what compels me on this particular point is that so many members of the public that are very experienced with not only just the Brown Act and Sunshine, but with other areas of public disclosure were equally unclear as to what the purpose of the item. And I don't know how long the item went on for before it was finally understood that the purpose of having the item on the agenda was to go into closed session because they had gotten word that there might be some anticipated litigation. Okay, so it would have been much more clear, at least for me, compared to all the other items on the agenda. If I read that item and it said possible or anticipated litigation, and then it had that description, then it would have been clear, and then it would probably say, possible closed session or whatever, and then, the legal counsel for the Ethics Commission or the clerk would have said, this is the process for going into closed session. That seems to be more of the regular way that I've heard other commissions and other bodies go through it. So that's what compels me to find a violation. Okay, it's not a terrible violation. It really is more of a training issue, or it's more of a kind of like try to be more best practices. Exactly. Vice Chair Hyland.
Yeah, I agree with that, and my suggestion was perhaps not to refer it. I think it's been discussed and certainly understood by the respondent on their end, and I think it's important to record it and basically leave it right there would be my inclination. I'm open to adding A, but I do see discussion of possible action. They talk about action, so maybe that's why DCA code did not include 67.7A. But I am open to amending the motion if the body feels that's appropriate.
Member Josh Wolf.
I really don't see a violation. I find some severe problems with the way this is written, but technically speaking, if you actually parse it, both B and C talk about anticipated litigation as plaintiff action. Now, the problem is that basically most of the closed session that you were referring to, Chair Wolf, pertain to being sued, not deciding to sue. And so anticipated litigation as plaintiff is saying, should we sue this person? Which is a much more understandable way to say this than anticipated litigation as plaintiff, because that really flips the deck and makes it sound like you have no choice. We found ourselves being plaintiff. Like, that's not what happened, but it's technically written in the legalese that's done here. So it meets the criterion of what the agenda needs to have as I see it. It's just really badly written.
Anybody? Member testify.
Just to respond to that, but if the commission has an obligation to pursue any type of lack of compliance with something that it's ordered, then it might find itself as the plaintiff. It might have to take an action if that situation does occur. So I don't want to say, I think that situation might occur where it does find itself the plaintiff if it has an obligation to pursue full compliance with any order that it has issued.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear that whether, again, there are very specific areas for going into closed session. It could be for anticipated litigation. If somebody yells out in the middle of this meeting, I'm going to sue you, we could say, you know what, clerk, put that on the agenda next month as a closed session. Because we need to confer with our legal counsel to determine whether we are in liability of any kind. That would be that kind of thing. Or if it was, again, personnel issue or a real estate issue or there are some other items. My concern here is more about what's on the page, because that is what the complainant is complaining about. Okay, it's not about why it's on the page, it's how it's on the page. And what is A through E is a pro forma process for going through a closed session. It is not required to be there, and the fact that it is in there is somewhat non sequitur. It's like, why is it there? Because, and I believe the complainant is trying to point out that the actual description of the item does not specify the action. Why should we go into closed session? Okay? If it said right after number 7, it says discussion of possible action, okay, because of anticipated litigation due to, and the rest of it, then it would be very clear to the public why we are here today. They don't have to include A through E. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know why it's there in the first place, because it doesn't explain to me, even with the attachments, what Mr. Farrell was going to do with the Ethics Commission. So I'm looking at this just as black and white on the paper, because it's important that the problem I have with this is allows this to go through in this kind of format, okay, whether it's a violation or not. To allow this to go through in this kind of format, every commission will do it the same way, and there'll be mass confusion going forward because it's not explained to the public properly what exactly the action is. There's no specificity in this item as to what the action is. If you look at any other commission, board of supervisors that deal with closed sessions in a regular basis in this kind of way, I think you'll see that there are other varying ways that they do it, but it's pretty clear why why they're going into closed session, and the reason for it is described in the item itself. And it could easily just say Supervisor Farrell v. Ethics Commission. Then it becomes very clear as to why they're going to go into closed session. Okay, let's say they've already filed, and it's on the docket somewhere. Now they got to discuss what their plan of action is going to be, and they have to do it in closed session. So it becomes very clear at that point. Okay, so I just want to kind of point that out as a little part of clarity. It's not so much the substance of what the issue is, it's more about how it's presented to the public on the page. And that's what the complainant is trying to point out here. Any other comments? Okay, I think we're ready for a vote.
On the motion to find a violation of 67.7B, Eldon, absent. Member Josh Wolf.
Pass.
Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
No violation.
Tesfa, no. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
No violation.
Kanata, no. Member Fisher.
Oh, already? No.
Fisher, no. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
No violation.
No violation. Josh Wolf, no. That is a vote. 4-4, the motion fails.
Thank you. Please call the next item. Do we want to break, folks?
May I make a clarification? There being no additional motion, no violation has been found regarding this matter, and the matter is concluded.
Concluded.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take 10 minutes. Is that enough? Till 15 minutes? Okay, 14 minutes, 7 o'clock. Okay, let's call the next item, please, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 7, file number 16013, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Sue Blackman and the Library Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.0 I believe that I may have mislisted the number. I believe it should read 67.7 by failing to provide a description that is meaningful and sufficiently clear to alert a person of average intelligence and education whose interests are affected by the agenda item.
Okay. Complainant. Oh, jurisdiction. Yes. Need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Vice Chair Highland, seconded by Member Hinsey. Any discussion? Public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, move to a vote, please, Mr. Clerk.
That motion may be passed without objection.
Yes. Any objections, members? Seeing none, this jurisdiction is passed without objection. Okay. Mr. Hartz, you have 5 minutes.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I think this one is going to be much more easy and clear to understand if you turn to the actual agenda we're talking about, which is page 68 in your packet. And it's number 4, the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library report discussion. This is an update from the Friends of the Library on their current activities. I don't know how she could have written that to be any less vague than it is. It doesn't say who's talking. It doesn't say what they're talking about. It just says they're updating us on their activities. Now, Ms. Blackman has been the Library Commission Secretary and their Supervisor of Records for many years. So she's very familiar with this law, and I have one other order of determination for finding her in violation for another article, another agenda item that was written badly. This one is particularly egregious for a couple of reasons. Number one is, in her answer, she kind of says, well, you know, we didn't put this information in, and it's not clear whether she's saying we had the information and we just didn't put it in, or whether she didn't bother to get the information. She says, well, there was a talk about a gala and a talk about a book drive, but they weren't put in, but there's no harm. Well, if you knew it was in there and you put it in, we wouldn't be here. But the more important thing was the person who was speaking was the new director of the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library. This group has not appeared before the Library Commission on their agenda since December of 2012, over 3.5 years. And Ms. Blackman didn't seem to think it was important to note for the public that the person coming to give this brief talk was the new executive director. I think that one's kind of hard to miss. Now, the question is, did she make any effort at all to find out who was coming to speak and what about, and simply choose not to put it in? Or did she not even make the effort to find out who was coming to speak and what they were going to speak about? But basically, that tells you nothing at all. The Friends is a big bugaboo with me. I showed you the 24 orders of determination. 14 of those have to do with the Friends and some other body. Mostly the Library Commission, but also the City Attorney, the Controller's Office, the Board of Supervisors, the Mayor's Office, and so forth. All related to the Friends. This is a group that has had since 2000 more than $80 million raised in the name of the library passed through their hands, and the Library Commission and the city librarian claim they have no idea exactly what the library got out of that money. When this person showed up, she says, oh, yeah, by the way, I'm the new executive director for the library. And they go, oh, the library is so wonderful. We benefit so much, and it's a great relationship. And my question running through my mind was, based on what? They haven't been here for 3.5 years. And even when they come, they never give you any meaningful reports on the finances. In fact, the only things I've been able to find out are things that they published with a charity rating organization where they acknowledge spending a little more than $6 million a year, and that they also have a board of supervisors approval to accept a gift from the Friends for $750,000 each year, but only half of that comes from the Friends. And if you do the quick calculation, that's $375,000 out of $6 million, which is 6 cents on a dollar. And we're all hearing about charity groups now where they're saying, oh, we'll raise money for cancer or wounded warriors or whatever. And basically, the Library Commission and the library will tell you, frankly, they have absolutely no idea what these people do with that money. They spend it. And my favorite expression is what we get for that money donated to the Friends on behalf of the library, which is also a city department, is the Friends. They pay themselves wonderful salaries. They had a beautiful big office, which they've now had to downsize. They had a staff of 26, I believe, at one time. Now they're down to 14, I think. Basically, what they did is they raised all this money and then never accounted for it. And I use the old expression they used in the military, don't ask, don't tell. And basically what this is they don't tell what they do, raise and do with the money, and the library doesn't ask. And I think that is contrary to public policy, and it's contrary to common sense. And to put an agenda item on this when they haven't been there for 4 years is simply trying to keep people from showing up.
Are there any witnesses or any witnesses to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, the respondent has 5 minutes. Ms. Blackman.
Thank you. Good evening. This item is similar to the previous item, although it's far less complicated. Didn't involve a closed session, didn't involve litigation. It was simply an update from the Friends. Mr. Hartz is very concerned with all issues related to the Friends. So obviously when he saw an agenda item that said it was an update from the Friends of the Library, common sense would tell him that that would be something he would be interested in attending. So I did not know what their comments were going to be. They told me they had some brief updates about some upcoming events, and the interim director did introduce herself as the interim director. I would have, literally, it would have been the same thing that the minutes said if I put it on the agenda. They announced 3 different things, and they were simply updates. It was a discussion item. There was no discussion by the commission. I will say that in the future, if the Friends make a report, and it's a substantial report, something like their annual report or their budget or something, we will definitely list that in the future. But this was simply an update of 2 upcoming events and the new interim director.
Are there any parties or witnesses to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, seeing none. Members, Vice Chair Hyland, Member Fisher.
Ms. Blackman, if you could approach. If you look at the next item in your agenda, City Librarian's Report, that's pretty good. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not sure exactly what your relationship is with the Friends, and is it true that they haven't been at your meetings in 3 to 4 years?
I don't believe that that's true, but I don't have the date. I seem to recall one in the last couple of years.
Okay. I don't know. I think it would have behooved you to tell them, like, this is what our agendas look like. You know, here's our reporting requirements. Can you give us a little more detail for the public? I think that would have, we wouldn't be here. And you've mentioned that, you know, going forward that you're open to that. But okay, that's all I had for now.
Okay.
Member Fisher.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the slippery slope here, or sort of the law of unintended consequences or something. I mean, I don't know much about the Friends other than they raise money and they give money to the library, and I know that some of our people in the audience have had issues with them, but it sounds to me like they were just coming to give an update, and this was an announcement, and I've been at Entertainment Commission meetings and other commission meetings where auxiliary or ancillary type of organizations, Entertainment Commission, I've seen, some entertainment groups come in and give an update of what they're working on. The Friends is not, they're not a, Victor, help me out, what's it called? The 12L, they don't come under our jurisdiction at all. They're not they don't receive any money from the city, so they're not under Sunshine Ordinance. We don't control them. We don't have anything to do with them. It sounds like they were just coming to speak. It was an update. So, I'm kind of glad we do have watchdogs like Mr. Warfield and Mr. Hart's out there looking out for this. But I don't see this one being a violation.
Member Moss.
This just so I just pulled up old agendas just to see when the last time I could find them, and it looks like it was like 4 years ago.
Whose agendas?
Sorry, it's the Friends of the Library.
Okay.
So they did appear in December 2012, and they also appeared in July 2012. And the July 2012 agenda item is basically the same as the one that we're looking at today. It says this item is to allow the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library to inform the Commission of their current and proposed activities. But the one in December said, this is a report by the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library regarding financial and programmatic support for the library. The financial stuff is linked, and then it says explanatory document, and then there's a Friends of the San Francisco Public Library presentation. So this has come up both ways in the past. Don't really know what conclusions to draw from that, but I thought I would share.
We'll find out soon enough. Anybody else? So, Ms. Pelham, I'm sorry. Not Ms. Blackman. Sorry,
Okay.
still
I just
stuck
got
on the other one. Can you just explain for us a little bit what the relationship of the Friends is to the library?
I can do that, but that's not the issue before you.
Well, it helps clarify, actually clarify how an agenda item is put on an agenda. It depends upon your answer.
Okay,
actually.
we do work closely with the Friends of the Library. We work to support their fundraising efforts. They're raising money for our programming. They're designated, they give us designated amounts for designated things. They were very active in the BLIP, the Branch Library Improvement Program. They raised all the money for the furniture and fixtures and all of that. So we do have a close relationship. We do not have a fiduciary responsibility for what they do. As Mr. Hartz continues to say, the Library Commission nor the library director or city librarian have any fiduciary responsibility over them whatsoever.
So you don't provide them with any specific guidance?
No, they're a separate entity.
They're
They have their
separate.
own board of directors. They're a separate 501c, I think they are.
So they kind of like just showed up one day and said, we'd like to support the library?
Well, they were developed, they were originally, this is years ago, they were the foundation, Friends and
I don't assume that I don't know.
Okay,
So
they were the Friends and Foundation of the library. They joined those two. This was, I don't have all the background,
Okay.
how many years ago it was. And they raised, just as Friends of Park and Rec and Friends of Planning, and a lot of departments have friends groups that
Right.
raise money for mostly programming
Got it.
and things that benefit the public.
Okay, great. And so you don't approve any of their budgets
No.
or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
So they make donations to the library?
Yes.
Do you approve those donations?
The Board of Supervisors approves accepting those
Accepting those donations? Okay, very
Yeah.
good. Okay, so, all right. So to the item, and thank you for that explanation. I'm just looking at this agenda alone. So I'm looking at number 3, which is a discussion item also. It is it's pretty well explained to what that is. It's a proposed budget, has documents that are applicable to it. And then number 5, the city librarian's report, again, discussion, lays out actual items and actually has some explanatory document. So with it, doesn't necessarily have a written report from the librarian. It's obviously verbal, but still pretty laid out. To have an actual agenda item for an ancillary group, in your agenda like that, I would kind of assume that you'd get the same thing, kind of like what Member Moss had described in previous agendas that would be somewhat the same, including, a new director, I think would be, or it's an interim director, according
She was
to
an
your
interim director.
Right. So that's my comments on that. I think.
Okay,
my
I do
questions.
appreciate his pointing that out, at looking at those past agendas. And it's like I said, if it is a specific item on their budget, or if it's their annual report, those certainly would be explanatory documents, and it would be listed as their discussion. But again, this was just simply 3 updates.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you have the minutes in front of you as well.
Okay, great. Members, any other questions? Vice Chair Hyland.
Just to throw out there, regardless of the relationship with the Friends, this is their agenda. And therefore, they need to take responsibility for everything that's noticed on it, I think. So the onus would fall on them for...
On who?
On the library.
Right.
And it seems to suggest that in the past, when you had agenda items like this, there wasn't much going on. Then they had the ones where the Friends discuss their budget. That's noticed, but I don't think that's neither here nor there. I think ultimately, this is their responsibility to, provide adequate detail. I don't think they met that burden.
Member Kanata.
Ms. Blackman, I have one question. I don't know if I don't remember hearing this answered. Did you know the items that they were going to speak on when the agenda was produced?
I did not.
Okay.
I did ask, and they said, we're just going to talk about some events that are coming up and just some brief. There's no substance, so to speak. So our feeling was, in working with the city attorney as well, that if anybody was interested in anything going on with the Friends of the Library, this was sufficient for them to know that they should come to the meeting and hear about it.
Anybody else? Member Hensey? Question? No questions. Okay. Member Josh Wolf.
I mean, I don't like the way that it's written, and I definitely am empathetic to the concerns. But, if the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library had announced that every San Francisco resident gets a car, it's under your seat, you can stop checking. It's not the right meaning. That would be a meaningful thing. They'd be like, why isn't that on the agenda? But they just decided to announce that at that point. They are not the government. They are this private nonprofit that's given this venue to provide an update. And one of the things of the update is that there was an new acting director and any number of other things. But this is a space for a private nonprofit that's involved with the library to give an update of what's happened since then. And that's essentially what the description has. So although I think that the best practices would definitely be to work with the Friends and have them provide an outline of what they plan to talk about, so that if there is something that's shocking that they announce that, the administration isn't completely caught off guard by the Friends announcing that they're going to burn all the books or something, then... I think that's important to do in best practices, but I don't see it as a violation unless someone can explain how they see the violation that I'm still missing.
Member Tesfaye.
So I was struggling with that as well, and then I was trying to do some brainstorming, but looking at 67.7B, in the section where it says, a person of average intelligence and education whose interests are affected by the item, when the respondent was discussing or mentioned that certain events would be happening, if they're happening at the library, I do think that would affect somebody who might be wanting to use the library that day or might be concerned with what kind of event is going on, what it might be supporting. So yes, as member Josh Wolf just said, I was struggling to see what the violation was, but looking at how broad you could read 67.7B, I am leaning towards seeing that there was some type of violation that occurred there. That's more than just, we should have a best practice. If they were just introducing somebody, fine. But if there's events that are happening, that they would be announcing certain types of events that might be taking place at the library, then that would And maybe those events weren't taking place at the library, and then the respondent can respond to that as well when her time comes up.
Member Moss.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the minutes, and there was an event. It was the return of the library laureates, which will be revived on March 18th at the main library. So that covers your question.
And I think it would be interesting to note too that if you look in their agenda for that day, that the next item, which is the city librarian's report, that it does list a number of events. And despite a lack of a written report, there was at least enough initiative to present some items. So, member testify.
Just to respond to that, I do think that is slightly different, though. I think that we're on the same page, but with it being the city librarian's report, as the city employee, they would have the obligation to put that information in there. I think with it being the Friends of the Public Library, because the event was at the library, as Member Moss was able to look up, that's where I think 67.7B is hinging, because then a person's interest could be affected by the item. Had the events that were going on were occurring elsewhere, then I wouldn't have actually been concerned with that item.
Okay, Member Josh Wolf.
Just echoing back off what you were saying, though, the only issue with that is that, like, the Friends could schedule events in the library. Like, they haven't apparently been at one of these meetings for 4 years, but they've still been scheduling meetings at the library, I'm assuming. So there's not a condition of scheduling a meeting for the Friends to schedule a meeting at the library to announce it at the meeting. So I'm not sure how those two are actually really connected.
I would testify.
Because they were announcing it at this meeting.
Okay.
Okay, exhausting that, let's go to rebuttals. Respondent has 3 minutes. Ms. Blackman, rebuttal, 3 minutes.
I just wanted to clarify, the event was at the library, at the main library, but it was after hours, so it wouldn't affect anybody it wouldn't affect the public. And other than that, I don't see a real dissimilarity to the last issue that you talked about, where you had an issue of clarification. I mean, I'm just going to say this again, and I think you pointed it out, a person with average intelligence, if they were interested in the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library, they would attend the meeting to see what was going on with them. So, and I fully take into consideration all you said, and we will make an effort the next time if they have, specific items that we will list them. But these were simply 3 things that they did, and as you see the minutes, there was no commission discussion. There was, it was just announcements, basically.
Thank you. Complainant, Mr. Hartz, you have 3 minutes. Rebuttal.
Well, first to say is that's the exact same answer she gave the last time she was found in violation. Oh, we'll do better next time. There is nothing in that agenda item. It just says they're going to come and talk. Someone's going to come and talk. That is not an explanation anybody's going to get anything out of. And Ms. Blackman has been with the library for 10 years, so she knows what the requirements of this law is, and I think she honestly knows the examples you've used of all the other agenda items that have myriad things in there that give examples of what is going to be talked about. Now, my question is, was she just willfully blind? Did she call up the Friends and say to them, I'm required to put down in this agenda item some things about what you're going to talk about. Can you please give me a couple of examples? Can you tell me who's going to come? If she had done one of those or either of those, I would have preferred both, but either one, we probably wouldn't be here. But she made no effort to do that. And she knows that this is supposed to be a meaningful description, and it's not meaningful. It doesn't tell you anything about anything. And to say that somebody who is interested in the Friends would show up, that's so vague to be meaningless. If I am interested in the Friends, I may be interested in one part of the Friends activities or another part of the Friends, and if it's there, I'll do it. Now, one of those things was a fundraiser. So, and Ms. Blackman wants to hide the fact that the last executive director they had, they did meet last in 2012, and for the 2 years or more that he was the executive director, he never made an official appearance before the Library Commission. He would sneak in during general public comment, wait till everybody else had spoken, and then come up. And as far as what she said about there being no discussion by the Library Commission, that's false. The Library Commission went, oh, thank you for coming. We appreciate the Friends. The Friends are so wonderful. The Friends do all this wonderful stuff. And my question again is, based on what? You haven't seen anything from them 3.5 years. I've done public information requests and asked for communications relating to finances between the two, and you say there are none. And I said, well, what do you do when you go on a trip and they're reimbursing you for your expenses? Do you put your expense receipts in a little shoebox in the corner and the elf comes and takes them and replaces them with money? That's what you kind of want them. They want you to believe. They want you to believe that they have no fiduciary responsibility. If I am the Library Commission and I am the city librarian and I am recommending to other city bodies to approve a group to raise money in the name of the library, which is also a city department, I have a responsibility to, at a minimum, I believe, find out what we're actually getting out of that money. And everything that this library does, including this minimal non sequitur agenda item, is to be able to say, we know nothing. Like Sergeant Schultz in the Stalag 13, I know nothing.
Thank you. Okay, matters back with the task force. Is there a motion?
To the chair. I think the fact that she was told certain things, like, oh, we have a new interim or chair who was going to talk about some activities, this and that, and the other, why was that not put in? Simple as that. And on that very point, I see a violation.
Member Moss.
I'm just curious. So if they had put the name of the executive director of the Friends of Public Library, and for some unknown reason that person was not able to attend at the last minute, would they have to have canceled the agenda item at that point? Or could they sub in somebody if they had already noticed that a certain person was going to talk?
Is that a question to me?
I don't know. I mean, if you know the answer, then, I mean, that's just what my worry is if they had put that on.
I'm not quite sure I understand the question. I'm just saying that they knew that the interim chair was going to talk about A, B, and C. Mm-hmm. Without much detail. Even that's something.
Yeah, okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And Ms. Blackman has admitted that she was told that, and sounds like she made a decision to not put that on because it wasn't important. So I think that's the heart of the matter is right there as far as what then ended up on the agenda. That's how I see it.
Anybody else? No. Yeah. My only concern is just the the placement of where it is in the agenda. To me, it seems like this is an attached organization. It kind of a department of the library. If I didn't know what the Friends of the Library were, who they were, it would seem like, oh, this is part of their regular agenda. This is a department of the library. I would have expected it to be, somewhat in kind of a separate announcements area kind of thing. So here, while I see two discussion items, one on top and below, that are very specific or more specific, or have at least some explanation of what the discussion will be, there isn't anything available for the report. And generally, I don't know, written reports, but I don't think we're necessarily here to kind of discuss the behavior of an ancillary body of a department per se. I think this is just more of a factor of whether the agenda actually speaks to the public properly or not, and we should look at it from that perspective. So I'll ask again, is there a motion? Seeing no motion, then the matter will be concluded with that. Sorry?
PC. Public comment.
Oh, public comment, yes, public comment.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. This year, the library canceled its July meeting, which would have been my 20th anniversary of going basically to all Library Commission meetings, very few exceptions. And I usually, if not always, stay till the very end. So let me say that this, and I usually stay till the end. Let me just say, if I came up here and I said to you, I'm going to give you an update on my current activities or thoughts, and I stopped, would you have any idea at all what I'm going to tell you? I don't think so. And that's what the Friends agenda item says, an update. I think it was highly misleading. An update is something on current activities. Well, the specific items that Ms. Blackman mentions are future items, stuff they're working to prepare. And an update, they haven't introduced a new director of any kind for quite some time, since the previous to last one disappeared with no explanation. And then the next guy, well, there was an interim group of 2 women. Then there was a guy. He disappeared with no explanation. And as Mr. Hartz pointed out to you with respect to the relationship of the Friends to Luis Herrera, he filed almost monthly and sometimes more than monthly requests for reimbursement from them, giving him money, reimbursing him. And that's what the FPPC violation was about. They are experts at concealment. And that's what this item is. Now, I said I usually stay till the end, and I start at the beginning. I go to every meeting. Once in a blue moon, miss one. But I get all the recordings as well. And you can ask Miss Blackman. That evening, I had something that I really needed to go to and wanted to go to. And I left after item 3, which was a hot discussion very close to our hearts about fines and fees, which also, among other things, prevent tens of thousands of people from using the library fully because their borrowing privileges are frozen. I left. I had no idea there was a new interim director. When I saw Ms. Blackman's explanation that there was a gala years ago, they stopped having that. And it had a huge impact on the library, if they had it in the library, because they started way earlier before closing time. And as for the big book sale, I thought they had a big book sale in September for years and years. What book sale are they talking about in February? This was a concealment of what they were going to discuss, and the responsibility is not the Friends, it's the library who has to make sure that their agenda, which they privilege the Friends to put on, has to meet the requirements. Thank you.
Is there any other further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Members, anything? Okay, seeing none.
There being no motion by the task force, no violations were found, and the matter has been concluded.
Please call the next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 8, file number 16014, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Sue Blackman and the Library Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21C and 67.25 by failing to respond to immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner, and failing to provide assistance to a requester in identifying the existence, form, and nature of any record or information maintained.
Okay, entertain a motion for jurisdiction.
Second.
Moved by Member Hensy, seconded by Vice Chair Hyland. Public comment? Seeing no public comment. Members, any comments? Seeing none, can we move this without objection? Seeing no objections, the item is approved but without objection. Mr. Hartz, you have 5 minutes.
After the last one, I'll be honest with you, I think you're just determined to encourage bad behavior. This was a request to know how much it was costing to have at police commission meetings a city police officer when they have their own security staff and a deputy city attorney who sits there at every meeting now, but they never ask him, as far as I can remember, a single question. So basically, they are paying for this. If you turn to page 89, you see the response. And basically what Ms. Blackman sent me was the following documents, which were nothing but their budget for both the police department and the city attorney's department. My question was, what does it cost to have the city attorney, a deputy city attorney, and a sergeant on the San Francisco police officer present at all of these meetings? And she gave me their budget. She didn't even tell me what they actually spent on legal services or police service, just what their budget said they could. Now, I would like you to pay in particular attention to page 94. On 94 is a work order agreement, and down in the right below the first set of blocks that are filled in, it says description of service deliverables, requesting department to complete. This work order provides security services for the main library. Charges will be based on actual costs. The budgeted amount for one full-time sergeant plus police officer services to the main library in the form of overtime, hours based on service level requested by the library, only actual service hours and costs will be charged. If you go down further where it says the billing terms, by signing below, the performing department agrees to submit an invoice, that would be the police department or the city attorney's office, to the requesting department at the following interval, and it's marked quarterly. The performing department acknowledges that it must submit a written invoice or request for payment to the requesting department for approval. Late invoices may be subject to late reimbursement, reduced reimbursements, or no reimbursement. The performing department will submit FAMIS work order billings per the schedule outlined above. The performing department may also be required to submit a final fiscal year reconciliation invoice by July 31st after fiscal year end. The performing department shall include a FAMIS notepad that shows the time period covered by the billing, the nature of the charges incurred, and any other information necessary, and shall keep sufficient backup documentation on file to satisfy any potential audit. If actual cost of service provided under this work order is less than the budgeted amount, only the actual cost shall be billed. And I think we all know how government works. Nobody moves a penny until they get the paperwork. And this here says that the police department and the city attorney's department have to, on a quarterly, well, at least here in the case of the police department, have to submit a quarterly itemized bill to the library, which they then have to approve, which I assume then goes to the controller's office, and the controller's office then blesses the movement of the money from the budget of the library to the budget of the police department. So for Ms. Blackman to say, well, we don't have any documents showing what we actually pay for these services, is proof false by this contract that, if I believe it correctly, it's the chief financial officer of the library, Maureen Singleton, signed this, and the chief financial officer of the police department signed this. So basically, we have agreement in front of you that says they submit quarterly bills, itemize what the things are, and tell them the actual cost, and the library has to okay that so that the actual costs are charged. And what Ms. Blackman sent me was the budgets. No information about, you know, how many hours did they work, what were they charged, what was the rate, nothing. So for her to come in here and say, yes, I gave you all this, and if you don't like what I gave you, go talk to them, is a dismissal of the fact that the library, according to these documents, should have itemized lists of the services that were provided and what they were charged for them, and then they had to authorize those in order for them to be paid. Now, I don't know how to explain it any simpler than that, but I was in the federal government with the Navy for 12 years, and and I dealt with the federal government, the state government in Hawaii, and the city and county of Honolulu, and the one statement that went through every one of those government organizations was, the job ain't done till the paperwork's done. and after that, the payment isn't made till the paperwork's done.
Are there any parties or witnesses to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, the respondent has 5 minutes.
I just want to introduce Maureen Singleton, who is our Chief Financial Officer, who worked with me on providing this response and provided the information.
Singleton.
Hello. Good evening, task force members. As Mr. Hartz mentioned, there are work orders between a requesting department like the library and a performing department. Not every performing department provides what we attached, which is a work order agreement. It would be nice if there were consistency across the city, but unfortunately there is not. Also, the level of detail that's provided as backup for any work order billings can vary from department to department. And ideally, they are invoicing us or billing us on a quarterly basis, but the reality of that is that it doesn't always happen that way. My understanding and reading of the request from Mr. Hartz was that he was looking for very detailed levels. So we would want to know the exact amount of hours, for example, that the city attorney had charged against the work order for sitting at a particular library commission meeting. Also, the same question would be for the police department. And I would assume the majority of the time it was the sergeant who was at the commission meetings, but that wasn't always the case. The kind of billing backup documentation that we receive from the police department is at a very high level based on pay period. It didn't provide hourly information or time card information, which would be, I think, the most responsive information to Mr. Hart's requests. The same thing holds true in some ways for the city attorney's backup billing. It's very high level. It's at a description based on case or high-level description of an administration. So knowing that that was what we had available in the finance office of the library, we had recommended that Mr. Hartz contact the performing departments, which in this case is both the city attorney and the police department, in order to get the lowest level detail that he would be looking for, which would be responsive to billing out or saying what the cost is at these meetings. Now, the city attorney may not have been at every meeting, and I didn't want to make suppositions on that, and that's why we felt it was appropriate to refer him to the performing department. And again, in these cases, that's the police department and the city attorney's office. And also just hearkening back to the task force meeting in May, there, you had a conversation with the assessor's office where it was recommended from the task force that if that entity which was being asked specific information did not have the details but knew of another department that had that information, that you were obligated to provide that direction to the requester, which we did. In this instance, we let Mr. Hartz know that that information should be available at the detail level that he's inquiring from those performing departments. Now, the city attorney, because he was sitting at a public meeting, that information would be available and not held to any city attorney-client privilege. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any parties or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Any others? Seeing none. Okay, members. Member Kanata, Member
Yes,
Tesfa.
Ms. Singleton, could you come up? Does your department have the invoices from the police department or the city attorney's office for the periods that were requested that would have been paid to them?
So what we had sent and provided to Mr. Hartz was a copy of the FAMOUS screen in the billing system. And FAMOUS is an acronym that stands for the Financial financial accounting management information system. It's the city's accounting system. And the reason that we gave those screenshots to Mr. Hartz is that the backup billing information that we have from the city attorney wasn't providing the detailed information he was looking for, but also had information on cases and certain files that the city attorney was working on for us. So that's why we did not provide a copy of that. As far as the police department, the information provided was a copy of the work order agreement, which is what we had. And in going through the backup information that my budget manager had, I didn't see any additional information at the time the request was made.
Okay, and these famous reports are what actually was paid for the services?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member testify.
My question is about the famous documents as well. So can you walk through what some of the coding is, and if there's any way for us to compare this document to the budget document, like which numbers correspond with each other, which codes? Because I couldn't understand it when I was trying to look at it.
Sure, and it's definitely an accounting world in Famous. So one thing I wanted to make sure that you knew is for the city attorney's office at that time, we did not have a work order agreement. Again, as I mentioned earlier, not all departments have these. I would like that they did, but I don't always get the agreement. In one of the famous screenshots that you would see in there, let's look at, I didn't print out all your page numbering, but if you look at the one that has the date on it, October 27, 2014, at a 6:20 p.m. time period, the document number that says WECT 15, that's a system-generated number that tells you this is the billing number. And it tells you that the time period that the billing was submitted. In this case, it was October of 2014. And the $49,863.50 is the total amount that's being billed. The information provided below that, that starts with 0150P, and then it's followed by WKLB 15, and I think that's 4 zeros or 5 zeros and a 2. That's called a work order number. So when you have an agreement with a performing department and a requesting department, there's a document number that's created that's unique to that arrangement, and that's what they would bill against. And in this case, you would show, it shows in line 1, the billing period that the city attorney has billed us for 7/1/14 to 9/30/14 was a total of $24,931.75. And then the next line would show that they are then shifting those costs from their own internal cost center over to this work order that they have with us. So instead of keeping the costs within their own department, in essence, they're saying this is a library cost. And so that's why you have those two corresponding lines.
And is there a famous document that corresponds to the budgeting for the police?
For the police department? I don't have that in this packet. Okay. But there's another screen in Famous that would show you the total value of the work order, which in the case, like if you were to look at that and compare the work order agreement for the police department for fiscal year 15-16, you would see a total amount of $310,814.
And was that provided to Mr. Hartz? Because I just don't understand how he would be able to take the work order budget agreement and without a famous screenshot be able to compare what was budgeted versus what was actually paid.
Right. The billing in Famous was not provided to Mr. Hartz because, in my understanding, again, of what he was looking for was the lowest level detail, which was to try and figure out what was the cost associated with the police department being at those meetings, whether it was a sergeant or one of the beat officers that was there. So it seemed more appropriate that to get that level of detail, he would need to go to the police department, and they would be able to tell him for a given pay period that Sergeant so-and-so was there and what his billable rate was and the time period that was covered. Or it was this beat officer who was there and the billable rate and that information.
So, but wouldn't the famous document specifically say how much was charged from the police department and when that cost?
It's a high-level number. So, like if you're looking at the city attorney one, that $24,000 is for a collection of services
so it
that's
wouldn't
provided.
say for the specific
It's not
meeting.
at the detailed level.
Okay.
Yes, and that famous is at a higher level.
Okay.
Member Josh Wolf.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions.
Microphone.
Sorry, I've got a couple of questions. I guess first off, I'm curious. You mentioned that there were some documents through the city attorney that you didn't turn over because they had attorney-client protected information on them.
Right.
Did you notify Mr. Hartz that those documents existed?
No, I did not provide him that information, again, because my understanding of his request was at the detailed level.
And so you had these documents. You didn't notify him that they existed, and you didn't. You also didn't make them available in a redacted form where that information that was of the confidential nature had been.
Because it wouldn't be responsive to his specific request for a detailed level. It's at a very high level, saying administrative support or that they were working on a specific case.
And then when it came to the police documents, you provided what's essentially like the budget for the year, but nothing to relate that number to what was actually spent. But those documents exist in your department at a higher level, but not at the level that he had asked for.
Correct.
So why did you not provide these more generic documents along with a note that the specificity that he was looking for, you don't actually possess?
But that was part of our response in the memo. In the cover memo, we said that level of detail would be available at the performing departments.
Right. No, I understand that communication happened, but why did you not provide the level that you did have? I'm trying to pull up the exact language of Mr. Hart's request, but it seems to me that the request wasn't so specific that these additional information that you had that seemed like it was too broad, too high level, wouldn't have been worthy of including to him because he was requesting all the documents that related to this in your possession, I believe, but I'm still trying to find the exact wordage of that.
Right.
Right. So the request that Mr. Hart's made is not at that explicitly low level. He's asking for copies of all documents and or other information relating to the cost of these roles at the meetings.
Yeah, at the meetings, and so it's reasonable to interpret that he's looking for low-level detail information, of which the billing is at a higher level, right? So,
Please
continue.
Please, Mr. Hartz.
it's a reasonable interpretation to make that if he wants to know what the cost is specific to these meeting times, that the detail information he wants is not in my possession. It's in the possession of the performing departments.
All right. Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. First of all, Victor, I don't see the original request from Mr. Hartz to the library or to Ms. Blackman in the packet. Can you tell if it's there? I'm not seeing it.
Everything I have that was submitted to me is in the packet. If it's not present, most likely I did not receive a copy of the original request.
Okay. Mr. Hartz, do you have a copy of the original request? Because it's not part of the package. So when Ms. Singleton makes a testimony that it wasn't responsive to Mr. Hartz's request, I have no basis of determining that.
I don't have a copy of it, but I submitted it with the complaint.
It's not in our package. Do you see a color?
When I was looking through the complaint materials, I didn't find an original copy of the request either, but the respondent did include quoted language of the original IDR in the materials that they submitted. So I used that as a basis of finding out what the exact wording was, and it's on page 83 of the packet. On the top of the page in my memo, there's a quoted language there.
And I actually remember that I, during testimony, read that to you.
Okay, so it is, we can go by that part where it says copies of all documents and other information? Okay, because otherwise I would have called for a continuance because I cannot allow the task force to make a determination if they don't have a copy of the request. And the respondent is saying that it was that they couldn't provide it because they don't have something. So okay, thank you. I need a moment. Ms. Singleton, I'm going to direct this to you since you're the one with the knowledge here. Mm-hmm. His request states that he wants copies of all documents and/or other information related to the cost to the library and/or the commission for the attendance at library commission meetings of 1, a deputy city attorney, and 2, San Francisco police officers. The request would cover all meetings from January 2015 to date. Mm-hmm. Also, any documents which show the budget for attorney services and/or SAPD services for that same time period. So, so when it states, are the FAMIS documents that you provided, are those per meeting?
No, those cover a long time period. So if you refer back to that first page that I walked you through,
yeah.
That covers the time period of, for in this example, July 1, 2014 to 9/30/2014. So it's a cumulative billing amount for all services covered in that time period.
Do you eventually get the detail?
I don't always get detail from them. I'm pressuring them to give us more detailed information now in their billing than has been provided.
So sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't?
Sometimes I've been getting better information recently.
Okay, and when you say high level, what does that mean? Are there like certain conditions? Is that a specific accounting term? Is that a specific government term that you use here? What does that mean?
It's more of like a high level, it's with respect to government terms. So if they would group everything that they provided as administrative advice into one file account number. And so that could include interactions that City Attorney Brad Russi is having with Sue or with myself about a collection of issues. There's also general advice given on contracts that are put in place. There's also advice that's given and assistance on employee relations matters, those kind of things. And they're tracked by their, as I understand it, case numbers in their billing system.
Okay, but you don't get a invoice for those particular times that you're having those specific?
Not at that detailed level for this time period.
At other time periods?
Beginning with this last billing period, I've asked for a higher level of detail, and so it's more detailed information.
Okay. And you have no FAMIS or other documents with regards to the police department?
I do not right now. I can continue to pull that information, but again, if what Mr. Hartz is looking for is the low-level detail of finding out the hourly rate and then the number of hours attributed to the specific meeting, it would either be best for him to get that information from the performing department, or it would require me to go back and create documents for him after I get that time, basically a timesheet information from the performing department, to say to the police department, can I have the low-level detail backup from you for a specific date where we had a commission meeting, and know for sure that that was Sergeant Hamilton or Sergeant Loya or some other person who was assigned that evening to that event, and then multiplying the number of hours and the rate.
Yeah, I'm not quite convinced that the general public knows the difference between what low level and high level is. You know, it's not general parlance among the general public. So it's not very convincing to me. You know, it's the request was for documents relating to the cost of the attendance of the meetings. I can hear that being somewhat like, give me a total number kind of thing. But it does specify that the request would cover all meetings from date to date. So again, right. You know, I'm going to ask the complainant about that specifically. So at this point, you're saying you don't have any documents, even today, that are responsive as far as either high level or more detail with regards to regarding
the time period that was requested in this thing. With respect to the police department, I have it, the billing information is by pay period. So I don't have that for that. I recently got a report from the city attorney's office that was more detailed. I'd have to look back at that and see if it covers part of this time period. And that is part of the reason that we suggested that he reach out to the performing departments, because they would have ready access to that information.
I hear you on that. Does the control, just as an off question, does the controller have any concerns as to why you don't, if you were to supply them with all your accounting at the end of the year, why you don't have the detailed documents? Or
the arrangement between a performing department and a requesting department happens between those two departments. The controller's office is not specifically involved in the final approval of billing. It happens between the two approved entities.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Mr. Hartz? So, I mean, this is why I was asking about the original request, because I trust DCA COLA to have pulled it from properly from the documents from the library. You know, sometimes even he may not know if they quoted it correctly. Right. Okay, so that's why I think it's important for us to have the original documents, and it's unfortunate. So that I'm a little uneasy about that.
Well, I'll admit I missed it, but you missed it too. So. Okay.
So, but the point here is if we're going to be in agreement that this quote is in fact your words is the request, then I would have to ask, you know, what level of detail. The way this request was reads to me, it doesn't ask for each meeting. It doesn't ask for specific, line item by line item kind of detail. It asks actually twice. It says copies of all documents and other information relating to the cost for the attendance at the library commission meetings. Okay, so that's first. What documents do they have?
Well, the real problem when you make a request like this is they don't have an index of records. So you don't know specifically what to ask for, and as things like famous and whatever, how would I know to ask for any of that? So I asked for all documents which would relate that, and I find it hard to believe that they simply get a bill for $30 or $40 or $50,000 and pay it and have absolutely no idea what they're paying.
I hear you on that. Unfortunately, I don't think this body has the ability to kind of determine whether that's really the case or not, whether there's more information or not. I think the testimony from Ms. Singleton as advising you to go to the providers.
I went to the providers and they refused to give it to me because they said I had to get it from the library.
Okay, that's helpful. The other part of your request says this request would cover all meetings from January 15th to date. That sounds like you want a big number. It doesn't sound like I want from each meeting.
That was the period when I've been going for 8-9 years now to the Library Commission. There was never a DCA there at all. And there were never police officers there at all because they have their own security staff, especially in the main branches, which is where they hold the library. Then all of a sudden, in beginning of 2015, we started getting a police sergeant show up and the deputy city attorney sitting on the screen. And I think in that entire time, they've asked him one question. And my real belief is that because I and a couple other members of the public were making comments they didn't like, they had a deputy city attorney sitting there looking for some justification to preclude us from the meeting, and a sheriff there to intimidate people.
Okay, I hear you. Sure. Member Fisher.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Ms. Blackman up real quick. Lee, I'm sorry, your colleague.
Ms. Singleton.
Ms. Singleton or Ms. Blackman. The thing that just jumped out at me, please tell me that Mr. Hartz was not sent on I call it a ping pong back and forth. Mm-hmm. Go to the library. No, go to the other departments. Then they told him to go to the library. Can you, either one of you, clarify that? Because that just jumped out at me.
Right. I was not aware that Mr. Hartz had gone to the performing departments and that they had referred him back to us.
That's the thing that concerns us. Do you know anything about that, Ms. Blackman?
I don't, and I would like to see his request to those departments and what their response was, because normally we work interdepartmentally. I mean, if we're getting something from another department, we kind of let them know that this is coming, and the deputy city attorney did speak to him directly at a commission meeting and explained to him that if he contacted the city attorney's office, they would have the exact billing. So I don't understand why he's not getting that from them.
Member Josh Wolf.
Thank you.
Mr. Hartz, can you come up for a second? Sure. So you requested this information from both the city attorney's office and the sheriff's department, you said?
Yes, city attorney said it was attorney-client privilege, and the police department just basically, I don't know whether any of you have dealt with them, they don't want to give you jack shit.
Your language, please.
Well, if Supervisor Cohen can call somebody an asshole in a hearing, I don't think...
Anyhow, language aside, have you filed a sunshine complaint with either of those entities?
Well, no, I wanted to see... You want a real answer to this?
I don't want a fake answer, so yes.
The answer to this is, over the last several years, I have made a number of requests like this, especially as related to the Friends. And what I originally was told is we don't have any documents at all. All this money is passing back and forth between the Friends and the library. They're paying for trips, they're paying for this, they're paying for that. And there is absolutely no communication between the two bodies, either the Library Commission or the library and the Friends, about this money. And as I said before, I said, well, what do? You put your bills in a cigar box in the corner, and the Friends bunny comes and exchanges them for money, and they give you some bizarre answer. And the real fact is, I wanted to know what they wanted to know. And when I started talking to Ms. Singleton, and I'll tell you, at every single Library Commission meeting that I've ever discussed Ms. Singleton, I have done nothing but praise her, because she has been a very open and honest and probably one of the most forthcoming people I've dealt with at the library. And I'm shocked today to hear her say this. And I also know that a lot of the things that are now in place are in place because I asked, don't you have any record of the monies flowing back and forth between these two groups? The answer was no. And I said, well, shouldn't there be? And she said yes. And then she started sending me those documents. So basically, there are two things here. One is I want to know what they want to know. If what they're saying is true, they basically get a blank bill and just pay it. And they don't really look into anything about what they're paying for, who they're paying, and whatever. They could give them a bill for $40,000, $50,000, and as far as they are concerned, they're just going to pay it. And they're not interested in finding out. And believe me, I know Ms. Singleton. She is an excellent financial person, and I find it extremely hard to believe that she would actually have a system like that where she would get a bill for $40,000 and simply pay $40,000 and make no effort at all to find what that $40,000 covered. It's unbelievable. But if that's the case, and that's what they're testifying, that's wonderful. I can go to the Library Commission and say, boy, you people not only screw up with the Friends, you do it with your own billing.
So it sounds to me like there are some additional documents that are at a higher level than what she perceived that you were asking for.
One thing I'd like to say about that, not one time did either she or Ms. Blackman contact me and say, we have higher level documents, can we give you something else of different?
I hear you on that as well. So it sounds like there's documents that are in the library's possession that will require some level of, redaction, and that they're at like a more, broad perspective. They don't have the detail that you're looking for, and that the detail that you're looking for is probably going to have to require some sort of triangulation between the documents that you get from the library and documents that you attempted to obtain from the city attorneys and the police department but have not yet received, because it sounds like there isn't this checks and balances system that would make economic sense, that it sounds like our representative from the library is trying to get from her partner organizations, performative organizations. And it seems to me from what I'm hearing that really the only way to actually reconstruct that is to get all the data from both sources and then piece it together, because it doesn't exist, from what I'm hearing, in either city agency in the way that you're describing it or requesting it.
And if that's what I need to do, I'm more than willing to do that. But I also heard Ms. Blackman tell you that normally if there's this kind of request going to another agency, they would contact them and let them know it's coming. And if she would be willing to do that, then when I contact them again, perhaps I will get an answer. And she offered to do it. She said, we normally, when these kind of requests are being made, contact them and let them know it's coming. So is she willing to do that?
Anybody else? Ms. Singleton, question. So part of his request was for documents relating to any budget that you have for city attorney services or PD services for this time period. Is that an unusual thing to budget for? Was this a particular something that you normally wouldn't budget for?
We do. We have. I'm trying to remember when our work order with the police department started, but we traditionally budget for the police department. The city attorney, we only started paying for city attorney costs I think 3 fiscal years ago. So that is a relatively new arrangement. We used to be lumped in with the general fund departments that didn't have a specific work order arrangement.
Okay.
In the past, different annual appropriation information and ordinance information has been provided over time for various requests about the budget.
All right, so I'm not necessarily fishing, but I'm asking, trying to find out if there are any documents. I mean, I work with a number of different entities. If I go to a contractor and say, hey, I need a drain pipe replaced, how much is it going to cost? You can give me a quote. I'm going to get an itemized quote of what that is.
Right.
Is that the way, does it function the same kind of way when you put in a work order? Do you get a response as to how much it's going to cost so you know how to budget? And the commission may need to make a decision about budgeting? How does that work?
It depends on the department and the service that's being requested.
Well, for this service, let's talk about this service.
Well, in the police department, you can see in the work order agreement that they provided.
On what page,
or
please?
that I gave a copy of was for fiscal year 14 and 15, the first page. It talks about.
Can you, wait a second, I want to make sure everybody is on it. What page is this?
Again, I don't have the page
Oh, here
numbering.
it is. It's on page P94.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you were to look at that work order agreement as an example,
Okay.
you would see that when it says job class Q52, that's a city civil code system or the police job classification system, and what the total amount would be in salaries and benefits. And then also the Q4 for the police officer overtime. That's what I had referred to earlier as the beat officer, the one who assists in the process.
Okay, so your expectation for this is based upon the description, this is how much it's going to cost you annually or for that period of time, and that, do you require any further detail beyond this?
In a work order agreement, no.
Not work order agreement.
In the billing-
While the services are being provided,
Right.
do you require ongoing invoicing or?
Yes, so they're supposed to bill us on a quarterly basis. Sometimes they meet that goal and sometimes they don't. And when they provide backup, traditionally for the police department, what they give us is information on pay period charges. So they would say to us, the sergeant, we're charging you 40 hours for this pay period, or 35 if he were on vacation
Okay.
or on leave.
So do you have any documents relating to that?
I would have to go back and look at that with my budget manager.
Okay. I think that's what Mr. Hartz is asking for, and I think that's responsive to his request.
But it's not going to, that's a lump sum amount, so it's not going to be.
But if that's all provided and that's all you have, then that meets the threshold of his request.
Well, actually, but it's not going to be specific just for the commission meetings. It's for the entire time. So he works 40 hours a week, for example, with the sergeant. He's not spending 40 hours just at the commission meeting.
You didn't hear. Did you hear what I said? I said if that's all the information and documentation that you get from the police department, and that's all you got, and you provide that to Mr. Hartz, then that's responsive to his request. If he needs more detail, diving down deeper, you don't require that, but he wants it, and he needs to, and you say to him, we don't have that, we don't get it, we don't need it, okay? Go to the police department and get their timesheets for that particular officer on that day for whatever it is. Okay, then that's the thing. Now, the code, the Sunshine Law does require some help with that, at least helping the public obtain some of that information. So a phone call to the police department would be nice from you.
I could let them know that this request would be coming forth from him. But I do want to reiterate, I felt that my interpretation of what his request is, and I know that you have a different interpretation, but my interpretation was he was looking for specific information for a given time period, and that's why I felt like what I had wasn't responsive to his request.
I
Okay?
understand.
So
we can only go by the information that you have, okay? And I'm trusting you. I mean, we can't put you under oath here, but I mean, going by Mr. Hartz's characterization of you, I'm going to trust you on it. You know, if that's all you have, then that's all you have, and that's all that he needs to know at that point. And if he needs to get more information, you can help him get that. That's going to actually satisfy sunshine law all around, 360 degrees. Follow me?
Yep.
Okay. So, Mr. Hartz. So, do you hear where I was going with this?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with it?
I agree with it as long as it is carried out, because unfortunately these kind of commitments have been made in the past and not. Just the simple example of this case, making a whole bunch of assumptions about what I did want or didn't want, and never picking up the phone or sending me an email saying, I don't have this, would this do, or, you know, whatever. There was none of that. It was, and Ms. Blackman's comment about the deputy city attorney, it was at a library commission meeting, and it was just, I told you, ask the city attorney. I mean, basically, I have 8 orders of determination against them. All of them have been represented by Ms. Blackman. Ms. Blackman has been found to be in the wrong 8 times.
Be it as it may, did you, when you saw the city attorney, did you get any satisfaction at all?
No, they just basically said that's attorney-client privilege, and we can't give it out unless the library directs us to.
Okay. Ms. Blackman? Will you direct the city attorney to do that?
I will, but the deputy city attorney spoke with him directly and told him.
That's not the point. You are their client.
Right.
It's your decision.
Right. And I've already done that. So I've already had a discussion with our deputy city attorney. He said that information will be made available to him. He needs to do a request.
Okay.
So that has been done.
Okay. At this point, I think we need some commitments from your department or yourself to
I've already
make this
done it.
But it's not
I
being.
commit to do it again.
Well, but the point is completing it. The other point is Mr. Hartz, is that if you're not getting the information from the department that has, or the person that has the information, then you might have to file a complaint against that. Okay, because one of the things that I'm seeing here is that the library at this point has exhausted the documents that they have. Okay, and the other thing is if only the city attorney will provide you, Ms. Blackman, or the commission with those documents, then it really is somewhat incumbent upon you to get it from the city attorney.
And the city attorney said that they would give it to Mr. Hart. So
yeah, but if they aren't willing to do that,
but I have
can
no
you get them
proof
can
that
you
they
get
are
them?
willing to do
Can
that.
you get them for him?
I would like to see his request to the city attorney's office, and that they denied it. I don't believe that. So I'm having.
See the city attorney's advice.
Hold it. Okay. I'm not going to have a debate here on the floor. Member testify.
This is more for our members, but I really think that Mr. Hartz should file a request with the city attorney's office. Though Ms. Blackman said that it was, she could give permission for the city attorney to give out that information, there might be specific statutory language that the city attorney needs to explain to Mr. Hartz about what information can be given out and what can't be given out. And so I don't think that we should be directing her to physically get the documents and give them over to him, because no offense to Ms. Blackman, she might not really understand what the full situation is. She's trying to convey what the city attorney told her, and I'm honestly not sure if she's conveying it correctly. So I think that she should make the phone call saying, if all it takes is me giving the permission, I've given the permission, and then he needs to follow up with them with a formal request and a complaint if necessary. I just think that the city attorney needs to speak for, that office needs to speak for itself as to if they whatever reason they're not giving the documents, or if they need to be redacted to a certain degree. But I just, I'm not sure if Ms. Blackman is able to tell us the full story here.
My concern here is process. So the process, I mean, the city attorney operates like almost any other law firm, okay? So if there was a client who had a case with a law firm, and another third party came to the law firm and said, I want these documents from you that are pertaining to your client, and they say, well, you got to get permission from the client, okay? The point here is that line of communication. They may say, well, look, we'll send those documents to the client. The client can give them to you. That's one practicality. The other practicality is that the client sends a formal letter, which they should, saying, I release this information to this third party. Please provide it for them.
My only response there is she might be giving permission for whatever information is pertaining to her in that document, but there's going to be personnel information and things like that, and that's why the city attorney is the one that should be turning it over. But she should be giving, if she is saying she's going to give the permission, she should do that.
I agree, but I mean, all the information would come from the city attorney, so what needs to be redacted, even if the whole thing is black, it doesn't matter, but at least there's something delivered. But it all comes from the city attorney, whether it comes from the city attorney to the client, to the third party, to the requester, or the client says, please provide this, all Mr. Hartz has to do is show up at the door and he gets an envelope. That's how it's supposed to work, okay? And that's why I'm a little confused about this, because that seems to be the regular process that most people go through when they get legal documents, personnel or timesheets or whatever, anything else that may be confidential. Or that is held under attorney-client privilege. It's up to the client to waive attorney-client privilege. It's not up to the lawyer.
Right, but she said she has. But
Right, but the point is it's not happening. So it's really, to me, incumbent upon the client to make sure that this happens. And that's what I'm requesting the library to do, to either write them another letter, not verbal, but a letter, so there's a paper trail. And let's have a do-over on this and get the city attorney to release those records to Mr. Hartz. Member Josh Wolf, sorry.
I understand. I'm following what you're saying, Chair Wolf, but there's something that's not ringing quite right, which is that I don't think that these documents should be protected by attorney-client privilege in the first place. If they are protected by attorney-client privilege, then it's not really our case to dictate that the library, forego their waive their confidentiality and then turn it over. Like there's a bunch of steps that are happening in the way you just described it that suddenly take it outside of a straight up sunshine request and into waiving confidentiality. And the problem is that the city attorney is going to advise the library not to waive confidentiality. We're going to be in this weird circle. So either these aren't really confidentiality issues and that needs to get parsed through, or they are and we're actually back to where we started. But I don't think that the Sunshine Task Force, by the way it's constructed, now we can still do things through informal ways to say yes, we can all agree to waive this confidentiality, but if it is a Sunshine Task Force violation, if these are public documents, then there shouldn't need to necessitate waiving the confidentiality. And so that's where I'm a little disconcerted with what you just said.
Okay, so that's a very good question. Not first time it's come up in a task force. The question is are these documents public documents?
Right.
And if they are public documents, to what extent are they under any other area of law protected? And there are sections of law that protect certain forms of information. It protects them in confidence so that they cannot be released. So there's a bar there, first of all. So that's that question. With regards to the the work that was provided by the police department, they don't have to name names. Okay, they could just say, Q52 number 1 showed up on this day for 2 hours, that kind of thing. They don't have to name names because the classification is public.
I agree with everything you're saying. I'm just saying that at the point that we're relying on the library to waive confidentiality, it ceases to.
Well, I think the question then becomes is what information. Okay, let's get back to the original request. The original request was for budget. Wasn't asking for any pertinent information regarding any specific case that the library is working on. So we can then rule out the attorney-client privilege part because we're just talking about billable hours, right? Mr. Hartz, is that right? Okay. Mr. Hartz just nodded his head in affirmation that he's just looking for billable hours. DCA Cullen.
Yeah. Billable hours also include descriptions of what tasks were performed.
But they can be redacted.
They can be redacted, sure, but that's where the attorney-client privilege weighs in, whether or not they want to release that information.
Told you.
Now, beside that point, there's a lot of new facts that are coming out that weren't included in any of the documents provided by either party, and it's leading us down all sorts of rabbit holes. I think we should consider the documents that were submitted before us, find a violation, or not, and move on. I think we've spent a lot of time on this case.
I agree. We have, interestingly enough. And I think we have one more case after this? Yep. We do? Okay, I apologize. All right. Members, do we have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, rebuttals. Ms. Blackman, 3 minutes.
Okay, I just want to briefly say that we have had a deputy city attorney at most of our meetings until about 3 years ago when we got to a budget point where we couldn't afford it anymore. So this is not something new. I think most commissions and boards have a deputy city attorney in attendance. The police officer or the sergeant is on duty anyway in the library. It's part of their scope. We just have assigned them to the commission room for the time of the commission meetings. I don't know if Maureen has anything else to add.
Okay. Do you have any? She's yielding her time.
No, I don't want to add anything, but I just want to make sure that you knew I'm done saying what I have to say.
Great. Mr. Hartz.
One thing I'm curious about is Mr. Wolf asked a question about whether she had documents that had information that I was asking for that could be redacted. She said yes, and then it was just dropped. So she's admitted to having some documents that are responsive to my request that she could redact and give to me. The second thing that I find is just ludicrous is the fact that she get up here and she said, well, sometimes they get the famous thing, sometimes they don't, sometimes they do, sometimes. But in my case, in my request, apparently they went through a dry spell of 1.5 years where they didn't get any, which I find kind of strange because she said we get them sometimes, we don't get them other times. Very honestly, I've been dealing with the library and the Library Commission for so long, and you get Ms. Blackman who will slip in the, I went to see his request to the city attorney and the police department. Basically call me a liar. And she does what the Citizens United, in Citizens United, Judge Kennedy wrote part of the decision saying for the government to make the decision as to who can speak and who cannot speak is a violation of the Constitution. The people who should decide who to listen to are the public. And basically what I find is every time I come before this commission and deal with the library, I find people who are dishonest. We know Mr. Herrera is dishonest. He committed perjury 3 years in a row, accepted $5,000 a year of gifts from the friends, and then lied on it in his statement of economic interest. So I can stand up here and publicly say he is a perjurer. He acknowledged that to the FPPC, and we couldn't get the Ethics Commission to deal with it. We had to take it to the FPPC. So we basically know they're dishonest people. And the idea that they don't have any idea on their budget, they just pay blankly year after year after year, whatever sum they're sent, just says to me, you're either so unprofessional, it is unbelievable, or nobody is checking up on you. Because if somebody were to check up on you and find out that somebody said, it's like you have some work done in your house and the guy sends you a bill for $40,000 and you go, oh, okay, for check. None of us would do that, and I don't believe they do it. I honestly don't believe that they simply pay it, know nothing about it, and have no interest in finding out anything about it. And that's really what they've presented you tonight. We don't know what it costs to have the police in our agency. We don't know what we pay an hour. We just have this bulk sum, and if they bill us for the whole thing, that's fine. And so our contract says we're only supposed to pay for actual costs. We're going to ignore the fact we're not even going to ask what the actual cost was. We're simply going to pay the bill. No questions asked. If you believe that, I have a Golden Gate Bridge to sell you.
Member testify.
So, now I'm wondering, how are we going to get Mr. Hart's the documents that can be turned over now that have been discussed? There was definitely a high-level document that came up earlier through the chair's questioning of Ms. Singleton that she didn't find to be responsive, but through her questions, it appears that those documents would have been responsive at some level to get Mr. Hart started. So how do we formulate a motion to get Mr. Hart's those documents?
Member Canada?
Yeah, what I'm uncomfortable with here is that the custodian of records made a decision as to what documents they had Mr. Hart's wanted without ever getting back in touch with him and saying, oh, we think you wanted these documents, but we have these other documents. Might you want these also? To me, that seems like it's a violation of not providing documents they had for the request.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, it's a motion for finding violation on 6721.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Member Hinsey, second. Okay.
6721C, right?
Which part of 21?
And
Yeah.
6721C.
Give him a second.
yeah, 6721C. I
Failing to assist complainant in locating responsive records in the possession. That's assisting the complainant to find records, not in providing records that they may have. Yeah.
I think it's both.
B and C.
Okay.
You're going for B and C.
Okay?
Yes.
So B and C, the second, agree?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Now, there is one other item here with regards to the IDR, okay, that we didn't take up. And unfortunately, I don't have the original. I don't know what the date is. And I don't have a chronology. We don't have a chronology. It's a little difficult. So I'm actually, Member Josh Wolf.
I mean, I see the IDR argument. We don't have the case for the IDR violation. We don't have all of the timelines in place. I'm disinclined to push forward with the IDR violation for two reasons. One, it wasn't a central part of Mr. Hart's case, and probably more importantly, there's really no argument that these documents are a simple, immediate information request. Like everything we've been hearing has indicated that the proper procedure for an IDR would have been to say by the end of the business day, this is going to take us a long while. This isn't a simple document retrieval, and then provided these documents. So I don't think it makes sense for us to push forward with the IDR violation for those reasons.
Okay. I'm going to suggest that this be referred to Compliance and Amendments Committee. And I'm going to ask the library if they would extend one more time to send 2 requests, one to the city attorney and one to SFPD on behalf of Mr. Hartz to release those records to him that he could either pick up from them at their department or they can deliver to you where he can pick them up at your department. Can you get agreement on that?
That's fine. We can contact the performing departments to provide the detailed information that would be responsive to his request.
Okay. Mr. Hartz, is that satisfactory? Okay. Very good. Okay. Do you have that?
Just to revise or
Go on.
summarize, it's the final violation of 67.21B and C for failure to provide the records in a timely manner and failure to provide assistance to the requester. The matter will be referred to the Compliance Amendments Committee with a request to the public library to contact the police department and the city attorney's department to inform them to release the records related to Mr. Hartz's request. And I would just, I believe that is this. Those are the instructions to the Compliance Amendments, and the Compliance Amendments Committee will review those documents and make their own determination.
We want the Compliance Amendments Committee to review that the actions have been taken care of. That will be, when's the next meeting for CNA?
My anticipation is that this would be scheduled in August.
Okay, that's plenty of time.
I believe second or third Tuesday in August.
Okay, that's plenty of time. So, Mr. Hartz, if something hasn't happened by then, we'll have a hearing. Okay, great. Okay, any
clarification though? So
Yep.
you're saying that if this motion passes, we're schlepping them back up to compliance amendments and dragging this?
No, we're not. The point is if everything is satisfactory with that Mr. Hartz has gotten everything that he's needed, there may not be a need to bring it to compliance amendments. What we want, though, is we want compliance amendments to at least know that that has happened, and that we want to hear from compliance and amendments at our next full meeting that this case is now done.
So either Ms. Blackman or Ms. Singleton can report this information to Victor and say, okay, this is what we've done.
We want to hear from Mr. Hartz, too. We want to, full closure.
I believe we should ask that the parties appear at the Compliance Amendments Committee.
And let's do that.
Otherwise, it leaves up in the air for me to make a decision on whether or not something has been performed.
Fair enough.
Can I ask a point of clarification then? So in the requests that we're submitting to the performing departments, are you looking for us to CC a copy to the Sunshine Task Force?
That would be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm having trouble on the closure aspect here.
This matter, the motion is to find a violation of 67.21 and 67.25. 67.21B and C. With a request to the department to perform a certain function. The matter is being referred to the Compliance Amendments Committee, who will review to determine whether or not that they have
complied
with the request of the task force. And here, any additional, they may have a few questions on that. And at that time, if they feel that the public library has complied with the matter, I assume that they would be able to close that matter at that time or conclude the matter.
Yeah. That's pretty much how it works. Okay. Anything else for the matter? Okay, let's move to
Public
vote.
comment.
Oh, public comment. I'm sorry. Public comment on the motion.
Peter Warfield, I'm very pleased at what you've done and the work that you've done to get to the bottom of this matter. It seems to me that there's a number of issues that I think you've successfully gone through, and certainly I would support the motion that you've made. It's very troubling to have folks parse a request so narrowly that they keep finding reasons why this, that, and the other document don't qualify for disclosure. It's kind of like saying, what did you spend on dishwashing liquid? And they say, well, I can't give you the grocery list because it's got other stuff on it besides the dishwashing. With respect to attorney-client privilege, I think it was clearly stated that there were attorney records. These are public records, and if they need to be redacted, as somebody said, even if the whole page is blank, that has to be something that the library or any agency would turn over, and with a justification for the redaction, which is something you might want to add. I think Section 6721C has an important element here, and I heard about ricocheting back and forth. A custodian of a public record shall assist a requester in identifying the existence, form, and nature of any records or information maintained by, available to, or in the custody of the custodian. And that, I think, is important, too. If you do your plumbing job and you want to know what did materials cost, you might not have that in your possession, but based on your relationship with the provider, you would be perfectly easily available to have a request, hey, what did the materials cost on this job? And to have a response from that person readily, or that agency readily available. And that's what I think hasn't happened and should happen, and I think your motion does a good job. So again, there were timesheets, there were supposedly redactable attorney records, there was redactable attorney-client privilege, and I think there was a too narrow reading of what was really a very broad request. Thanks.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, should we move to a vote? Please call the roll.
On that motion, Eldon absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Well, this won't matter, but no.
Fisher, no. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland, absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. It passed by motion, by a vote of 6-1, with 2 members being absent. The motion passes.
Okay. Let's call the next item.
Next on the agenda, item number 11, file number 16032, complaint filed by Martin Langville against the Department of Emergency Management for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to requests for public records in a timely and or complete manner.
Just before we start with jurisdiction, DCA Cola, do you feel that your presence is needed? I know you're running. 10 minutes. I know, but do you feel that this case demands your presence?
I'll wait it out.
Okay.
Wait out for the 10 minutes. For another 10, see if anything comes up in between then.
Okay, appreciate that. I do. First meeting, please forgive me. Trying to move it along. Okay. Okay, let's run this through. Motion for jurisdiction.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hinsey, second by Fisher. Public comment on jurisdiction. Seeing none. Vote. Paul, please call the roll. Or we can do it by no objection. Okay.
Motion passes with no objection.
Approved without objection. Okay, complainant. Mr. Langveld, you have 5 minutes. And again, our apologies. My first meeting, Chair.
Not your fault. Good evening. I filed a complaint against the San Francisco Department of Emergency Management, or SFDEM, for failing to release the master talk group list for San Francisco's public safety radio system, and also failing to provide sufficient justification for not doing so. The master talk group list is a public record which is subject to disclosure under the Sunshine Ordinance, as well as the California Public Records Act. On February 22nd of this year, I sent an email to SFDEM requesting a copy of the master talk group list. I did not receive a response. On March 4th, I sent another email, this time citing the California Public Records Act and requesting a response within 10 days. On March 11th, I received a reply from Mr. Francis Zamora stating, quote, pursuant to California Government Code Section 6254F and San Francisco Administrative Code 67.24D, we cannot complete your records request received on March 4th, 2016. I replied to Mr. Zamora requesting the specific verbiage and/or subsections in those statutes which exempt the master talk group list from being released. Mr. Zamora replied stating, quote, release of San Francisco's master talk group list to the general public compromises officer safety and jeopardizes current and future investigations. I replied to Mr. Zamora arguing that the release of the master talk group list does not compromise officer safety or jeopardize current and future investigations and requested that SFDM reconsider their decision. I did not receive a response. On March 26th, I wrote to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to file a complaint against SFDM for failing to release the requested document in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. On April 5th, SFDM sent a response to the task force stating that they responded to my records request in a timely manner and they are not obligated to reconsider their decision. Since you are probably unfamiliar with what the Master Talk Group list is, I will give you a little bit of background. San Francisco operates an 800 megahertz trunked radio system to facilitate communication between police officers, firefighters, public works, and other city workers. Basically, any city employee with a radio is on this system. This is different from a conventional radio system. In a conventional radio system, users operate on what are called channels. Each channel has a specific radio frequency. In a trunk system, users operate on what are called talk groups. When a user presses the talk button on their radio, the system assigns a frequency for them to talk on, which can be different each time. In other words, conversations on trunk systems can jump around between different frequencies, while conversations on conventional radio systems always remain on the same frequency. Both types of systems can be monitored by citizens with scanners. A trunked radio system simply requires a more expensive scanner and a little bit more expertise to program it. The information needed to program a scanner for San Francisco's trunked radio system is already publicly available from websites such as radioreference.com. These websites list all of the frequencies used by the system and a vast majority of the talk groups. However, there are some talk groups on the system which are not listed online. Most of these unlisted talk groups are encrypted police talk groups, which I suspect is why SFDM is reluctant to release the master talk group list. However, it is important to note that these talk groups cannot be monitored by scanners, even with the release of the master talk group list. If a scanner listener tries to monitor an encrypted talk group, all they'll hear is white noise. In other words, release of the master talk group list would not allow scanner listeners to monitor anything that they cannot already monitor. The only thing the master talk group list allows scanner listeners to know is the name of the talk group that they're listening to. For example, instead of seeing ID 12345 on their scanner display, they would see Fire Dispatch 1. In the case of an encrypted talk group, they would see Special Investigations 1, but they would still not be able to listen to the conversation. SFDM continues to assert that the master talk group list is exempt from disclosure under California Government Code 6254F and San Francisco Administrative Code 67.24D, stating that the release of the list compromises officer safety and jeopardizes current and future investigations. However, they have provided no explanation as to how it would do that. I work as a police officer in the North Bay, so I fully appreciate the importance of officer safety, but this absolutely does not jeopardize it. The exemptions that SFDM has cited simply do not apply to this record. In summary, the Master Talk Group list is a public record subject to disclosure under the Sunshine Ordinance, and I respectfully request that you compel the San Francisco Department of Emergency Management into releasing this document. Thank you.
Are there any parties or witnesses provide additional facts and evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, the respondent has 5 minutes.
Good evening, task force members. This evening we will demonstrate. My name is Francis Zamora, San Francisco Department of Emergency Management. This evening we will demonstrate that DEM met its obligations under the Sunshine Ordinance by responding within the timeline required and identifying in writing relevant state and local government codes stating why records should be withheld. We will also demonstrate why release of records would compromise officer safety and may jeopardize current and future investigations. On March 4th, 2016, we received California Public Records request for San Francisco's master talk group list for the 800 megahertz trunked radio system. On March 11th, DEM responded, release of this information is not permissible pursuant to California Government Code 6254F, which does not require disclosure of investigatory and security procedures or files. And San Francisco Administrative Code 67.24D, which does not require disclosure of information that would endanger law enforcement personnel. DEM's response was delivered within 7 calendar days within the receipt of the request. And this is within the 10 calendar days required by the Sunshine Ordinance. In consultation with the San Francisco Police Department and the Department of Technology, who is the owner of the radio system, it was determined that release of records would compromise officer safety and may jeopardize current and future investigations. An individual with this information could interfere with secure public safety radio transmissions. Further, knowledge of active use of secure channels could jeopardize investigations in officer safety. At this point, I want to introduce Chris Chamberlain, radio systems engineer with the Department of Technology. He will discuss how release of information can leave the system vulnerable to interference. And then he will be followed by Lieutenant Mike Dealey with the Police Department, who will discuss how this compromises officer safety and affects current and future investigations.
For the record, please state your name.
Will do. Chamberlain with the Department of Technology.
No, it's within the same period of time.
I'm here to help everyone understand why giving a master talk group list would jeopardize officer safety, especially with these specialized units with the police department. I have a list of 4 major bullet points of why we believe that that's not a good idea. With the information, anyone with that information would have the ability to understand when specialized units are communicating, i.e. when a bomb squad is out in service, when a tactical unit is out in service, when a hostage negotiation team is out in service and working, narcotics units, undercover, all of that. I agree with the complainant about the idea that we cannot listen, or anybody would not be able to listen. But having the knowledge of when someone is communicating is crucial to officer safety. Also, with more advanced technologies, they'd have the ability to not only monitor when someone is active, but exactly where they are active within a vicinity, which, again, is part of the officer safety issue. Thirdly, this would allow for targeted blocks and targeted jamming of particular frequencies that are being used and particular talk groups that are being used for narcotics, tactical units, bomb squad, etc. I believe that information in the hands of the wrong people can be very detrimental to public safety and the police department. And third, with this information and with the encrypted talk group information, it would be one step closer to being able to decipher that encryption off the air, which is readily available at all times. That's all I had. This is Mike Dealey with San Francisco Police Department, who'd like to talk on their behalf as well.
Before Sergeant speaks, I just want to correct myself that Member Fisher noted. These 2 witnesses will have their own set of time as they're providing facts and evidence in response to for the respondent.
5 minutes each.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My name is Lieutenant Mike Dealey. I liaison to the Department of Emergency Management for the San Francisco Police Department. I can't add any more on the technical end than Chris Chamberlain and Francis have already stated. All I can add to it is, from a police officer perspective, the idea that someone can know when I'm operating in a special investigation or an undercover capacity is a threat to officer safety. If someone knows that I'm wearing a body wire that's working on an encrypted channel, they cannot necessarily listen, but with the right equipment, you definitely know that there's a transmitter working on a frequency. And that in a nutshell, is our, or my personal strongly felt belief that the FCC puts it all out there in frequencies, and it should remain. All the information is public, but to make us reveal the exact unit that's functioning under that frequency at any given time is a threat to police officers' safety and to the public who we're trying to protect. If I'm at a hostage negotiation scene and I'm working on an encrypted channel with other officers and, say, a barricaded suspect or a hostage taker, and someone can know that I am there working with the right technology, they can track you down. They can come to your scene, and you don't necessarily want news crews at your crime scene. You don't necessarily want news crews at a suspected explosive device where your bomb squad is operating in a very controlled environment to disarm or detect an explosive device. And all these things are possible if you actually release not just the frequency, but the label or who's operating under those frequencies. That's all I have.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Are there any other witnesses or parties to present facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Oh, I'm sorry, DCA caller. Do you need?
Before I leave, were there any questions from the task force?
We can move into that right now. So, do you have anything you want to point out that's specific?
The only thing I could really suggest is this might be something that's ripe for a petition to the supervisor of records to determine whether or not a record is public. That's the only suggestion I could come up with off the top of my head. I don't know if it's necessarily our place to determine the all the technicalities, all the technical and technological aspects of this, this particular issue to weigh in on whether or not it's a public record or not. That's the only thing I could really suggest right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. No. Wait. People will start asking questions of you for a second.
For Colin before
Sure.
During the preparation for this, did you happen to come across any of the case law around, because there's a long history of police radios and when they've been considered public records, and this is obviously going to vary by state to state and that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Did you do any legal research into that?
My legal research was limited to California law, and in California law, this issue has never arisen.
It's never gotten into case law?
Never.
Thanks.
Okay, so I just want, before I release it to the rest of the members, I just want to offer a scope, okay? I'm a ham radio operator. I understand how a lot of this works. And so we are not here to get a lesson on how radio communications works. The other thing is the concepts. And we just heard from the lieutenant who provides with a number of scenarios. There could be hundreds, if not thousands, of other kinds of scenarios, much like it. Our job here is to determine whether the information, as DCA COLA has advised, whether it's public information or not. And it's incumbent upon the respondent to prove that. It's the complainant or the requester is asking for information. It's up to the respondent, again, it's up to the respondent to prove that this information is either unreleasable, protected, confidential, or whatever, for whatever reason, must be provided in legal means, okay, with regards to the law. Now, Member Moss.
I was going to recommend that we deal with one of the easier parts of this first, which is the non-response to the February 22nd request.
Okay.
Which, I mean, according to, I don't think anybody addressed this really, but it seemed like if I understand correctly, they received a request on February 22nd, but they did not treat it like a Public Records Act or Sunshine Ordinance request, and therefore it was never responded to until he sent another one.
Hold on a minute. Do we have a copy of the original request? And
Yes,
is that starts on page 150, P155?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, and it says information request at the top.
No, that's the complaint. Oh, does it say? Okay, what page is that?
Sorry, my page numbers are per
161. Information request.
P161.
Yes.
P1. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Got it. Okay, continue.
So I'm not sure who the right person is from SFDM. Sure. Could you just explain a little bit more about why this was not treated like a Public Records Act request?
Correct. We
This
did.
is, hold on a second. This is DCA Mora, right?
I'm sorry?
Is that your name, Mora?
Francis Zamora.
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 Got it.
Yeah, Mr. Zamora.
Okay.
So yes, we did receive the request from the requester on February 22nd. This request was not clearly identified as a public records request, so it was deemed a standard public inquiry. We were looking into it at the time, so we were discussing it internally, and then within 2 weeks, Mr. Langeveld, is that correct? Langeveld submitted a public records request, so we responded to that instead. And that was clearly marked as a California public records request, so we responded to that instead.
Right. So is it your policy that things need to be marked California Public Records Act request in order for it to be treated as such?
Generally, we try to respond to people as quickly as possible. Sometimes that's not possible.
That's not responsive to his question.
I wouldn't say it's policy, but we just try to respond when we can, when something is not clearly marked as a California Public Records request. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, it does trouble me a bit because, I mean, am I wrong that you don't need to say it's a California Public Records Act request for it to be treated as such?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, I mean, have you been through the Sunshine Ordinance training, gone through the Attorney General's manual?
I have, and if that was a misinterpretation on my part, then it's a misinterpretation on my part. However, yeah, when it was identified as a California Public Records request, we did respond to it within a timely manner.
So I don't have anything on this point. I mean, I'm not sure when we move on to other elements before.
Well, hold your thought on that point.
Great.
When we come to a motion, if you want
Sure,
to make one, you can add in there. Member Canada.
Mr. Langeveld, I have a question for you. And I don't remember the name, the technical person from the respondents gave basically 4 reasons why technically this would be would imperil officers. Was this explained to you?
No, they
in
never.
Their response?
No, they cited the relevant, or what they claim are the relevant sections which exempt it from release. But when I questioned them for any further explanation as to how those exemptions applied, I did not receive any response to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Moss.
Sorry, so have you received these types of documents from other police agencies in California?
I have not. This is the first time I've requested one. And like I said, I work as a police officer. I fully appreciate officer safety, and I would never ask for the release of something that I believed would jeopardize my brothers and sisters at SFPD.
So have you seen the one for your own police department?
I mean, we have access to a bunch of radio channels on our. We have a system in our county that's very similar to San Francisco's system. I have a list. I don't have a list that was provided to me by the county, but I have a list that I've basically compiled myself of the vast majority of the radio talk groups on our system. And like I said, most of the talk groups on the San Francisco system are available, all of the main police, fire, dispatch channels, public works. All of that information is available online. There's just a small subset of talk groups that aren't there, most of which are encrypted, so there's really no way for the public to identify what they are without the city releasing the list. But the notion that it would let us know where their
That's fine.
officers are and all that.
I just have some questions about what this record might actually look like. Chairman Wolf, do you mind if I keep asking some questions? I guess so. Could I ask one from SFDem about whether this document actually exists and what form it exists in?
Nobody else.
This document exists as a part of a database of the master core that controls the radio communication system.
So if hypothetically, if it was responsive, how would it be handed over to somebody?
A list that corresponded in ID to a name, and that name would determine what agency was, or what the talk group name is, or label, and that label is an artificial label that we've created for the purpose of the talk group,
So
i.e.
is it like a spreadsheet file that gets exported, or?
Yeah, it's a CSV file. Yeah.
Okay. And I mean, are we talking like dozens on this list, hundreds on this list? Well, how
Hundreds.
Many? Hundreds.
And most of those, I'd say all but maybe a 5% are accessible on any website, any ham operator that knows about these, radioreference.com, or a lot of other websites that have all this information out there.
So would every single one on this list, I mean, maybe this is a question for someone else, would every single talk group on this master talk group list be covered by the exception? This may not be one for you.
No. It's a good question. The list that's already out there is the list of typically used talk groups in the city. There's others that are not used that are pretty much irrelevant, but. Basically the concept is a scanner can look at an ID that's coming out, a talk group ID, and it can see a number. It's a 5-digit number, and what the request really is asking is to correlate that number to a name, and we believe giving the name out would give too much information as to what's being communicated on that talk group.
But this master talk group list of hundreds and hundreds of things, they're not all law enforcement related.
Correct.
So of the ones that are law enforcement related, would the law enforcement sort of exemptions that you guys are pointing to apply to those?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
This may not be the right question for you.
No. I manage the radio system,
okay.
so it's.
So there are ones on there that are for EMT, and there's ones for fire department, and there are ones that may be for like parking meters and for other, entities that are not involved in gang investigations or bomb defusing or hostage negotiation. But of these hundreds, there is going to be a significant portion that don't have anything to do with criminal investigations, don't have anything to do that would...
The non-encrypted ones. The non-encrypted ones, yeah. Right. And those are all up, I believe are all up there.
But those would be in this master list that he's asking
yes.
for. Okay. I think that answers my question.
Member Josh Wolf.
So if you can just stay there for a second. So the radio reference has created its own list somehow of non-encrypted talk groups.
Correct.
Do you happen to know how those was curated? Was there someone that did a public records request for all public stuff, or was it just sort of crowdsourced?
I'd say crowdsourced is the best way to explain it. It's a group of individuals, like the complainant, that monitors a communication system and keeps track of what they talk about, how it's labeled, how it's communicated over the air, and then puts that online for people to use and people to monitor the radio system.
So in essence, you're saying that basically most of the information he was asking for was already publicly available. It's just that these encrypted talk groups are what you're protecting. So then my question now is, did you provide the complete list with redactions on the encrypted list, or did you just not turn over the CSV file at all?
We did not turn over any of it.
And why not?
I believe, and this is my own belief, that information was already available, but to be honest, there was no reason. I think we could still do that, and there wouldn't be much issue.
Because like if I ask you for a public records request to I can't think of a great example, but even if it's readily available, if I ask you for a document, as the government entity that maintains ownership of that document, you still have a responsibility to turn that over. So it seems to me that there is a violation in failing to turn over the stuff that clearly wasn't under debate.
Hold on. I would suggest that you hold what you're calling for a violation.
Can I respond to?
No,
my phrasing was probably poor, but my question was.
I just want you to reserve your findings.
So I guess what I'm saying is, does it seem like we should look at these things as separate issues? That there is the document that you say is already publicly available and why that wasn't turned over, and then the information that you feel must be protected in order to preserve officer safety and the sanctity of the investigations. Is it safe to look at those as two separate issues that aren't related or are independent of each other?
I just personally, I don't see the need for listeners to have the information that would encourage interference with public safety radio systems.
That's the encrypted side of stuff. I'm asking about the non-encrypted
even the non-encrypted still has public safety. 99% of the traffic on there is still public safety related. And you can listen to it and you can understand it, but giving out the information of exactly what we call that talk group, I think gives additional information that can help people interfere and cause issues with public safety communications.
So you're asserting that the names of the non-encrypted channels is also protected against public release.
I don't know if I can make that decision.
Who makes that decision?
I think it's readily available.
I know, but who makes the decision as to whether that gets turned over in your office?
I think you guys do. I make that decision as of now. I monitor and manage the technology aspect. Department of Emergency Management, I guess, owns the radio system. I don't know, Francis, do you want to talk on that?
Can I just want to, Member Wolf?
Yes.
I believe there's, if I'm understanding correctly, your question is for the unencrypted channels, should we have released those? Is that kind of what you're getting at?
I'm essentially trying to take this thing piece by piece.
Sure.
So my colleague talked about the timeline of the IRV the original public records request, and then there's sort of this discussion of some of this stuff is encrypted and whether the names of those encrypted channels should be protected or not is its own much heavier weight, because then there's like lives involved in officer safety and all of these issues, which certainly the complainant himself recognizes. But then there's this issue of the information that you guys are asserting is already publicly available, but wasn't turned over. So I'm just looking at that slice of it right now.
So in consultation with the Department of Technology, our Department of Emergency Management, and with the San Francisco Police Department, we believe all the information would, release of all the information would affect officer safety, compromise officer safety, and affect current and future investigations. With that said, we recognize that a lot of this information is already publicly available. It didn't come from us. And so, where people got that information, it's out there, but it did not come from us. And it's not something that we had released. Also noting that we do recognize that the complainant said that he already had much of this information available on radioreference.com, so it was our assumption that he already had it.
All right, thank you.
Member Moss?
Sorry,
I'm going to ask a question.
That's fine. Sorry, I'm just looking at the San Francisco EMS Agency Policy Manual on the SFDEM website, and there are at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these already listed publicly. So it's clearly some of them can be released because they're already in public documents online available to anyone. Are there other ones that would fall into those categories other than those 6?
I don't understand. Are you talking about, are there other radio channels that are unencrypted?
That releasing the list would jeopardize everything, but there's already ones that are publicly available.
Sure.
The talk group name and the talk group number are on there?
Talk group EMS-1B13.
So there's no talk group
Okay.
affiliation to an ID,
Okay.
and that's the critical piece of information.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Zamora. So the bar that you have to meet here is whether the documents are in fact public or not, and whether they are disclosable or not, and whether they can be segregated or not. So you stated, I think, 2 sections of law with regards to that. And so I want you to explain to us why you feel this document is not releasable.
Sure. So the first section of law, California Government Code 6254F, states that information does not require disclosure that is investigatory or security procedures or files. And so, as Mr. Chamberlain noted, with the release of this information, whether that people with this information could know that there's activity taking place, could hypothetically jam the information with the right training and technology, and could find units using the radio information if they had it. So,
I hear what you're explaining to me, but I want you to read the section of law in this section, in 6254F,
okay,
where in this paragraph, and it's a fairly lengthy paragraph, are you claiming this? Where does it say that this particular document or this particular information is not releasable or not disclosable? Do you have it? Somebody?
I don't have it in front of me, but it's the section dealing with.
It's in the packet that everybody got.
Okay.
It's on page 152.
Can I borrow a packet, please?
And if there's some other witness that is with you that can answer that question,
maybe a clarifying statement.
you'd have to come up to the microphone. This is Lieutenant Dealey.
After a great deal of discussion and research, we felt that the requester only really wanted the encrypted information. When you read the emails, and he basically said all the rest of it is out there, and and your encrypted channel should also be out there. But that's our understanding, and maybe we were incorrect.
I understand that. Your judgment. We're not here to necessarily judge your judgment per se, but what we're following is very specific to the law. Okay, because virtually everything is public. There's very specific items that are not disclosable, and usually it's not a whole document. Usually it's parts of a document. Yeah. Okay, and so if you're saying that the encrypted parts should be segregated, fine. Segregate them, redact them, whatever. But the document itself, the information itself, in toto, for what he's asking for, no matter what the discussions you're having back and forth, it goes back to his original request. That's what's before us here today. Member Tesfaye.
So I have a question for Mr. Zamora.
Sure.
I want him to answer my question first, though.
Well, it has to do.
Does it?
It does, because are you trying to say that if he has a list of talk IDs that was publicly available, and then you give him the master list, even though certain IDs may be redacted, he'll be able to put those two pieces of information together in order to figure out what the encrypted talk IDs are? Is that even possible? 'Cause, I mean, that would be my only concern.
I think Mr. Chamberlain
That's
has
more of
to
a
answer
technical
that question.
Yeah.
But does that relate to what you're saying? You're saying that they could have released the list.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's not.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying, should we have released the list with redacting the encrypted channels?
Absolutely. That's all I'm saying, because what a person does with the information, you cannot predict that. Okay. If a police department, some law enforcement, anybody wants to have that prediction, then they should create a policy or a law that says we're not going to do this. Okay. But that's not what's before us. What's before us is it a public document? Yes. Okay. Should it have been released? Yes. Okay. That's where we're.
Is that a determination?
No, that's me just talking. Okay. So. I'm
because we haven't determined it's a public document yet. We haven't determined it's supposed to be released yet.
Please don't try to adjudicate for us. I'd appreciate that. Okay, I'm speaking in generalities. Okay, should a document that is public be disclosable? Yes. Should a document that has some items that should be segregated be released with those items segregated? Yes. Okay. That's kind of where we're at here. That's the bar what we're trying to meet here. So what I'm asking of Mr. Zamora is they have to prove, or at least present, based on a certain section of law, that's their defense, that they don't have to release this information. I want to know where and which law they are specifying, and at what section of the law specifically in language. I want it to be read to me where their stance is.
Okay.
So,
and so do you mean by that, like, if there was a law that said if information is able to be put together to release encrypted information, then you can withhold it? If that law exists, that's what we want to hear.
That's right.
Okay.
Can I answer the question?
Yes.
Okay. Starting on line number 3 on page, I guess this is 152 of your packet, towards the end, or any investigatory or security files compiled by any other state or local police agency, we consider this a security file.
Where? Oh, I see. Okay. So do you have a policy, or do you have some sort of index or something that states that this particular information is a security file?
It was.
Can you prove that it's a security file?
It was a decision that was made in consultation with the Department of Technology, the Department of Emergency Management, and the San Francisco Police Department.
Okay. So you're giving this to us verbally?
Correct.
Okay.
We deliberated about it.
Okay. So how are we? If this went to a court of law, they would ask, prove it to us that it's a security file. Do you have a policy that says this particular information is considered a security file?
I would have to research that.
Okay, because that's the threshold.
Okay.
That's what we're trying to meet here. Okay, I actually am reading a different section of the law, okay, and that goes to the Sunshine Ordinance 6724 D with regards to law enforcement information, and DCA COLA was very nice to highlight it in bold. It starts on the bottom of page P150. It starts notwithstanding the occurrence of any such event. The such event is investigation information that the district attorney would have to release after they feel that it's all done and the investigation is done and over with. But it says notwithstanding the occurrence of any such event, individual items of information in the following categories may be segregated and withheld on the particular facts, the public interest, if on the particular facts of public interest in non-disclosure clearly and substantially outweighs the public interest in disclosure. Okay, we're talking about individual items. That's why I was pressing Mr. Chamberlain with regards to, and I think everybody else was, with regards to these encrypted channels. If you felt that all the other channels are, yeah, they're out there in the public already and anybody can get them, that's fine. The requester's still asking for them. Give it to them. If you feel that there are items that need to be segregated, then you need to segregate them. But the document is still, the information is still public. Okay? That's kind of where we're getting at. The second part of that goes on into some subsections, which he also highlighted as secret investigative techniques or procedures, or information whose disclosure would endanger law enforcement personnel. Okay? But you have to prove it. Okay? You can't just say it. There has to be some document that the police commission or the Board of Supervisors or the voters have made, or there's other sections of law that say this particular body of information is labeled or is described or defined as this. Okay? And that's what we're really getting down to. If you find that to be overbearing, then maybe a law needs to be passed to make that so. Okay? But absence of you providing us with that, all we can say is that it's public information.
Clarification, are you saying, since we cited, what we're talking about, how, let's take a look here. Since we cited San Francisco Administrative Code 67.24D, because we believe this release of this information would endanger law enforcement personnel, you're saying we have to have that there should be some type of policy stating that this specific file.
Yeah, tell us why. I mean, there should be something in writing that says that this particular information should not be released to the public, and it should be approved by somebody. Either it's approved through whatever channels authority gets approved, but it should be in writing. There should be something. I mean, there's obviously a lot of things in the police department that are protected from the public's from public disclosure, and I'm sure that there's documents stating that the public, that these items are segregated. They're specifically defined. The question is why should this one be or shouldn't it be? And that's really what we're up against here in trying to figure this out. And I think that's what the other members are trying to understand too. Now, on the whole, all documents, all information is public. There are exceptions, and that's what we're getting down to here. So if you're saying to us, as Mr. Chamberlain testified, that the encrypted channels are more of a concern than the other talk IDs, then provide the requester with the document and just redact the items that are of concern to you, okay? And then we'll see if he comes back with another request based upon whatever.
Understood.
Follow me? Okay. Anything else, members? Okay, thank you. Let's go to rebuttal. So 3 minutes. Mr. Zamora, you go first.
Okay.
If there's any rebuttal.
I guess the closing statement that we believe we met our obligations under the Sunshine Ordinance. We also believe we had demonstrated today why with the release of the master talk group list for the 800 megahertz public safety radio system would compromise officer safety and jeopardize current and future investigations. And we respectfully request that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force withhold release of this information.
Thank you. Mr. Langefeld? No. Nope. You have 3 minutes.
I just wanted to respond to a few things that the city alleged. They're correct in that release of the master talk group list would allow the public to see when certain tactical elements, I guess, of the SFPD were active. You know, we would be able to look at the scanner and say, okay, the bomb squad talk group is being used right now, or the gang task force talk group is being used right now. Of course, you can turn on the news and see that the bomb squad is responding to an incident downtown, or you walk down the street and you see their truck parked there. The simple fact that the release of this list would allow us to know when certain units are active doesn't really give us any more, that kind of information is already publicly available when incidents happen. The city alleged that the release of this list would allow us to know where their officers are. That's simply not the case. The allegation that it would open them up to targeted jamming is simply not the case. Like I explained earlier, the nature of a trunked radio system is that conversations jump around between different channels. There's no way to target a specific talk group that's jumping around for jamming. That's really more of a applicable to conventional radio systems. And then the other thing I would say is that there are a bunch of police department talk groups that are not encrypted that are publicly available, and the fact that those are out there does not jeopardize officer safety. This is simply a case of SFDM being reluctant to release the information, which I can absolutely understand, but the fact of the matter is it's a public document and it's subject to release, so I appreciate your assistance in facilitating my request.
Thank you. Members? Somebody have a motion?
Maybe. So I see there are two problems here, two potential violations here. One in which the original request was not responded to. And then the second is the full withholding of information when there may have been segregable information that could have been released. Does that sound right? I'm kind of new at this. So I'm thinking about a 6721A and a 6721B. But you have to help me out here.
That's fine. That's
Okay,
fine. The thing is to make the motion so we can have a discussion about the items.
So I would like to move for a 6721A and a 6721B violations.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Member Moss, seconded by Member Josh Wolf. Okay. Any additional? Member Josh Wolf.
I mean, I think that's the bulk of it, but there's really three pieces here. One is what you spoke of, the failure to respond to the very first initial request. There's the failure to turn over the information that it doesn't seem like there's been a significant case made. It all should remain non-disclosed because, as everyone in the room says, it's already publicly available. And the fact that it's publicly available is no argument for why it shouldn't be disclosed when it's asked for. But then there's this other element, which I don't know how we should broach into, which is the area that they're saying is the security concerns, and they would, not want to reveal the names of these groups, these talk groups, when the argument seems a little fuzzy as to how that really would jeopardize anything beyond just using the radios. Same thing with the sort of jamming concerns. There are jamming concerns, but there's enough information that you could probably jam them right now. So I don't think that bar has been met around any of those 3 points, but there really are the sort of 3 gates there.
So failure to respond, failure to release information, and doesn't meet a certain standard.
And then citing a investigative records exemption to turning over the public records for this third category of records, because there really is two categories of records, because there really is 2 categories. There's the stuff that they say is already publicly available that they don't want to turn over, which I think that there's an argument that the violation of not turning over that information exists. And then there's the invoking the investigative exemption to the public records for this stuff that's what they don't want to turn over because it's not publicly available.
Okay, so let me clarify. The The point you're making around their decision not to release because there's information already publicly available, that's part of the failure to release information.
Right.
Okay. The second part, as far as I'm concerned, is that they haven't met the kind of the standard of it being a safety concern.
Exactly.
Okay. Just because they say so, to me, doesn't, we're dealing with a matter of law here. If the law says that all documents are public and that certain items can be redacted or segregated, then they should be, but they have to be defined so that they can be determined as being segregated. So if it's in some sort of statute or it's codified somewhere that this particular information is a secret investigative technique or procedure, or it's information that would disclose, cause disclosure would endanger law enforcement personnel, then we should see that document. That way, it's an open and shut case. Okay, it's very difficult to go by kind of a conceptual decision among groups, different organizations, even government agencies, and then not have it in writing. Okay, I find that a little problematic because it doesn't meet the bar. You have to kind of prove it, and I think that's where we're at now. That said, I would add that this item be referred to compliance and amendments for compliance. Okay, and if they show up at the compliance and amendments committee with a document that says, okay, we don't have to release this because of this, and here's an official authority or that says we don't have to do that, then okay.
What official authority are you referring to?
Well, if there's some opinion, there's some case law, if there is an existing document, that existing code or existing law that says this particular information does not need to be released and it could be segregated, okay, then we'll deal with what they can comply with versus what they can't. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay, can I just rephrase? I'm not commenting. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So what we are ideally here is that they come back with two things. One is documents that they can release, and then justification for the ones that they can't.
Correct.
The information.
Correct.
All right.
Member Fisher.
Yeah, I'm just having a real problem with this. I mean, I'm looking across this room, and I just did a quick, addition. No, that a long time ago. Addition in my head, and among Fiona, Bruce, me, and Josh, we've got 18 years of sunshine experience among the four of us, and so we're pretty much experts on sunshine, but none of us are experts in law enforcement at all. I mean, I was a junior ham. I spent many years of my life as an RF engineer working on interference mitigation protocols. So not only do I know how to eliminate interference, but I sure as heck know how to put interference into a system. And when I think about public safety, I'm also a certified NERT and alert member, and I volunteered with Urban Shield, so, I know what goes on out there. And I just don't think we're expert enough to make this kind of decision right now. And we've bundled three, I think we have 3 violations in one motion or something. I mean, if this was an IDR and they were slow on responding, I'll go along with that. But I don't think this is our place to make this kind of decision for something that really could negatively impact public safety. And maybe I need to hear from somebody else, but it just wasn't persuasive to me tonight.
Okay, so I'll make it just kind of a disclaimer. I was a peace officer in New York for 4 years, so I went through academy and all that. So I have some idea how law enforcement works, and I'm not asking them to. I'm not ordering. I don't think any of us are requesting them or ordering them to release the documents at this point. Okay, I think what we're finding a violation for very easily is the failure to respond and the failure to release the information, but also we want them to justify the withholding of the information. which is important. That's the bar that they need to meet. It has nothing to do whether we support law enforcement or not. It is nothing to do with that. It has to do with the information itself, whether it's law enforcement or whether it's, it's potholes. Okay, it doesn't matter. What matters is that it has to rise to some threshold to meet a standard, and the standard is in the law. The law says specifically a number of things. It's very clear, but I haven't seen any documents that tells me that this particular piece of information meets any of those standards. All I'm getting testimony about it, but I'm not getting any reference to law. They came with they came correctly and said, we feel that we don't have to release this based upon this section of law. That's what a respondent is incumbent upon doing. Okay? But then they have to justify it. Okay? And we're not getting that second part. Okay? Anything else? Okay, so let's take public comment. I'm sorry, Lieutenant, you've had plenty of opportunity, and I know what I said may have had some rings some truth to you, but our process doesn't allow it. Go ahead, sir.
Hi there, I'm Spencer. I'm a San Francisco resident, and I don't know if this is possible. I'd be happy to cede my extra time to the lieutenant, but just first...
we have a process. I'm sorry.
Well, just to begin with, I also work in public safety, and I'm also a friend of the complainant. And I understand some people might be heated about this issue, but if for a millisecond, a tiny millisecond, that either of us thought that the information that we're requesting would jeopardize officer safety in any single way, we wouldn't be requesting it and or taking it to this extent or level. And with all due respect to Mr. Chamberlain and his expertise of radio stuff, if there were more people here, and you yourself are a ham operator, as am I, for anybody who, other people too, for anybody who really understands and knows these systems, also clearly understand that the release of that information really wouldn't do anything more. It wouldn't be any substantially different than the information that's out there. And again, I really just want to emphasize, if for a second we thought that this would jeopardize anybody's safety within the city or the public for that matter, we would not be here tonight, because that obviously serves not our interests or anybody else's. Thank you.
Any other public comment? You have 3 minutes.
Peter Warfield, I'm not a party to this, but it's been very interesting in a number of ways. First of all, I think you're on the right track and you're doing the right thing to insist that when there's an exemption to disclosure being claimed, that it be specifically justified under the law. And there are many, many, many exemptions to disclosure within the California Public Records Act. It goes on for pages and pages and pages, and judges' home addresses and so on. And of course, I don't think anybody here wants anybody put in any kind of danger. I wanted to say my best friend from elementary school became a career New York City cop, and as far as expertise, I have been known to eat ham sandwiches. But getting to the topic at hand, it is a very dangerous and slippery slope to make the claims that I heard made by the document deniers earlier. It could lead, if somebody had the information, it could lead to jamming, and it could lead to interference and so on and so forth. Well, I have eyes in my head, and I can see you and the folks behind me if I turn around. Maybe I might do something bad with that knowledge. Are you going to put my eyes out? We know the mayor's office is in room 200, and the Board of Supervisors meets on Tuesday afternoon in that other room. Are we going to make a secret out of those pieces of information because the knowledge about it might lead to something bad happening? I'm not sure how come the president is willing to let us all know that he lives in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And I certainly hope that there is appropriate security, but it's not a secret where the White House is. And if we go down that path, practically any information could be used against some group in some way to do bad. So I think it's very appropriate to have a very sharp eye on what the law says can be redacted, withheld, and what can't be. And we presumably have an open society and a free society and a democracy in which open government and other open things are the standard. And we have many other ways of dealing with people who interfere or do something illegally inappropriate to harm other people or to harm their activity. So I think you're on the very right track. I think it's a very good discussion you've had, and I would support the motion that you have on the floor. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none. Members, any last thoughts? So I just want to offer you this. I mean, one of the biggest concerns I have with the task force for many, many years is that when it comes to doing a lot of the summaries that are provided to us, and there's no reflection on present company, that we have an amazing array of determinations that we've made. And sometimes we're reinventing the wheel every single time. And not to say that every case shouldn't be taken on a case-by-case basis, that it's different, but lots of times the circumstances are pretty much the same. So this reminded me of a case, I can't tell you, maybe 5, 6, 10 years ago, where somebody found that there was a kind of like a sewer in their backyard that was hidden by some foliage. And they didn't know what the hell it was. They bought their property, and there was this thing, this concrete thing with a manhole cover. And so they inquired with the city, and the city said, we can't tell you, Homeland Security. Okay? And it took a number of meetings, but they finally, the state, they actually got documents from the state saying that this particular thing, they said what it was, had to do with the water system, but that it was, any information about it was protected. And it was protected by what? By some state law that was passed. Okay, so they had an actual statute that protected that information. And that's what we're asking for here. So with that, if there's no other comments, let's call the roll.
On the motion, Eldon absent. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Tesfa. Aye. Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes. And I believe that the chair intends to send this to the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Yes.
And I believe there is language that you are requesting that the complainant provide justification.
The respondent.
Oh, sorry. The respondent provide justification or reference to specific law to allow for the withholding of the portion of the document that is a concern for public safety.
Correct. Okay. Next item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is item number 12, Administrative Support, Complaints, and Communications. Regarding hearing schedule, the next meeting of the Education Outreach and Training Committee was on July 11th. That was canceled. I believe we have decided to schedule a meeting for July 26th, not July 20th, 25th. And we have the members set as Member Highland, Member Kanata, and Chair Wolf. The next meeting of the task force is on August the 3rd, and the next meeting of the Compliance Amendments Committee is on August the 16th. I have provided a list of new complaints that were submitted over the last month. And if you look at item number 6, the total number of pending complaints, we've gone up by 1 in the last month. And after that, item 7 is a list of items pending before committees that were referred from the task force to committee. It looks like there's approximately 7 items that were referred to committee that is still pending action. And then there are certain items pending task force consideration. These were requests made by the task force at a previous date regarding additional funding for the task force, regarding the Recreation and Parks Department's documentation of policy. This is regarding how they have certain policies, but they have no documentation as to how they were established. And regarding the city attorney's attendance or lack of attendance at task force meetings.
Okay, great. I also want to add, and we'll take this offline, but at the last meeting we discussed there were 2 of Mr. Warfield's complaints.
Yes, those are going to be scheduled before the next Compliance Amendments Committee.
Okay.
There was they were supposed to
as heard as complaints, right? They weren't already adjudicated.
No, well, I believe that's a decision that the committee will need to make prior to going into it.
Okay, this is the matter of rehearing. Okay, so I want to sit with Chris and you and kind of get clarity on that, because that
it would be something new for us it will be a new procedure for us.
Okay.
And that's why I didn't not want to commit to any specific procedure.
Okay.
Because I believe that something needs to be done to determine if it has already been adjudicated or not before you move into the complaint portion.
Okay.
And then they will be referred to the library, and a request for a response will be. I will provide a request for a response.
Okay.
If I have.
Okay, great.
They are aware of it.
Okay. All right, very good. Anybody have any questions for Victor? No? Okay. Public comment on this?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. What I'm hearing here is very alarming. This is a usurpation by your administrator of a decision that your previous chair agreed to do in conjunction with the current chair, and that is to hear 15161 and 15162 as regular complaints. And if there was any kind of a problem about duplicativeness, it would be handled by this body.
We need to stop.
Hold on. We lost quorum. Okay. Go on. Continue. Continue.
That is what I understand. I wish you would stop the clock because I've lost about 12 seconds.
I've got it. It's okay. Okay.
This was what was determined by the task force and is now being undermined by your administrator, who is pushing it backwards and reversing it. There is no procedure for denying a complaint on the basis of your current bylaws and especially your complaint procedures do not allow this body in the back room, in conjunction with just the chair and just the administrator, to deny somebody a hearing. If there was never a determination made in any way that resembled your complaint procedures, there was an assertion made with pitifully little information that these were repeating somehow, somewhere, somehow, what had previously been adjudicated. Now, I've already discussed certain issues that I had. There was a complaint cited as having been heard that had never been heard, that had been actually withdrawn. But to put me in the position of stabbing in the dark on accusations of duplicativeness where there's no clarity as to what's the reason is absolutely wrong and contrary to your procedures, and at this point, contrary to what I understood was the understanding. So I don't understand why pending complaints is these two, but they're not listed as complaints submitted in hearing files created, because the normal procedure is you send the complaint to the recipient of the complaint and they respond in 5 days. I also don't understand why it's not part of complaints referred from SOTF to committee. And finally, there was a complaint against the task force, which in a letter that I got from the administrator, somebody said the task force shouldn't be hearing stuff against itself. In this last page, there's procedures that are not normal for your routine, that evidently it's just stopped. It's not going forward as it has done for other things. Again, I don't have a problem with going with what the body wants, but the body has to make these determinations and not administratively behind closed doors without even, Highland suggested that it was a city attorney. There was nothing written. And the administrator didn't even bother in the letter to tell me about that. It was advised that we can't hear complaints against ourselves. All of this is in complete darkness and secrecy. I want it out in public at the body as complaints.
Okay, so Mr. Warfield, I'm just going to respond to you on this. We're in the middle of a transition right now. Okay. Give me an opportunity to kind of get comfortable with where everything is at. I understand, I was kind of the progenitor of this at the last meeting, but give me an opportunity to kind of get it on a roll.
Well, what is it you propose to do? Because these complaints have been sitting since last fall, the two that were never properly heard.
We're going to treat them as complaints.
Okay.
And they're going to be, as Mr. Young had said, there will be scheduled complaints and amendments for as part of the complaint procedure. That's how we'll have them treated.
That's fine. I'm still not clear. He seems to think that he's going to do something before. It's not clear to me how the procedure he imagines.
That's not what I've heard. I hear him saying, and that's not what I understand it to be.
Okay, when I asked him this morning by telephone, have you sent to the library this complaint, as is his normal procedure with normal complaints, and it was a month and 5 or 6 days after the meeting, he told me he didn't know if he had sent it.
Well, so now we want to get it on track. Is that okay?
Great. Yes, it is,
okay,
as I said at the time.
Let's leave it at that, and let me get it on track. Give me an opportunity to get into the seat, okay, so I can kind of smoothen some things out, and we'll get it where you need it to be.
Okay. And if there's something about duplicativeness, then that seems to me to be the body interfering with the complaint process, and I'm happy to deal with the issue.
Okay, we can talk about that offline, that particular part. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other public comment? No other public comment. Next item.
Next on the agenda is item 13, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
Anything? Member Moss?
Yeah, so as of July 1st, a new piece of the California Public Records Act came into effect. It's SB 272, which means all local agencies need to post a catalog of enterprise systems, aka databases, on their website. And this city of San Francisco does have one, but I was hoping that at a upcoming meeting, if we could discuss SB 272 and
what's that number again?
SB 272 is the bill number. I can send you a link to the thing. But if we could discuss how this may figure into our work moving forward, because there will be problems with it, and it may help to have somebody from the IT department explain how their system works.
We can do that. Anybody else? Good for the cause? Do we hear a motion to adjourn? Oh, sure. Public comment.
Library Users Association sent to each member of the task force, both returning ones and new ones, a letter dated June 27th, 2016, which I hope you got. I think.
But is this public comment on not on adjournment, on the, you're commenting on what Member Moss just talked about?
I'm commenting on the agenda item, which is announcements, comments, questions, and most particularly future agenda items.
These are announcements of the members and not of the public.
Yeah, so and just a little.
I'm suggesting future agenda items, and if I can comment on what's been said, what's not been said is what I suggested in my letter, and that's in the next to last paragraph, that I think it would be useful for your future agendas to have on them basic information about the law and about the bylaws and about your procedures, so that some of the issues that keep coming up can be clarified and all parties who might have an interest can explain or say what they think about, for example, what's 3 minutes? Is it 1.5 minutes? Is it 3 minutes and 5 seconds?
Okay.
What does that mean? And other issues have come up that I think are problematic over and over again during hearings, and I think it would be useful to have basically a study session on various aspects as you go forward for the benefit of both members and the public.
Yeah, Mr. Warfield, I just wanted to say this was a public comment item, in general public comment. This is not specific to this, to anything that was said in this particular section.
Okay,
I would appreciate if you can reserve those particular really good suggestions, because I have them in my head too, for general public comment.
Okay, thank you. My time is still running. I consider the agenda item what I'm commenting on. I don't consider that I'm only restricted to commenting on what members of the body have said. And if you want to phrase it that way, then I would say you've left out what I'm recommending. I don't think it's appropriate to tell me I can't make a suggestion for agenda item if somebody else hasn't mentioned it. Is that what you're saying? I can only comment on what the members have said?
It's not germane to the item. As far
I'm
as
suggesting
anybody,
future.
all right, I'm not going to argue with you on.
I just want to understand. You're saying I can only comment on what
Mr.
members have
Warfield,
said.
I am not going to argue with you on this item. We could talk about it separately, offline. Happy to do that, but I feel it's inappropriate. Move to adjourn?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, by rising vote.
Thank you.